you?
Yes, we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I might mention at the outset is I haven't had the ability to sit through any of the hearing to date. So if there are areas of my submission that you would prefer I skipped over, because it's all become a bit trite by now, please feel free to say so. I have tried to only cover matters that are specific to my clients, on the assumption you will by now be very well versed in the general approach to regional policy statements and the duties that apply and putting them together. So on that basis, at paragraph 2, I just set out that the submission by MacArthur Ridge addressed some matters of technical detail, such as the consistent use of defined terms, but also other matters of greater holistic importance to the activity of viticulture. And to understand its submission and the reason why it's here at this hearing, the essential context includes the fact that MacArthur Ridge relies upon water taken and used within the Manahirakia Rohi. MacArthur Ridge uses that water for both irrigation and frost protection of, at the moment, 184 hectares of vineyard. And those vines comprise approximately 9% of the total vineyard area in central Otago, about 11% of the area of Pinot Noir in the region, and a higher percent of the Pinot Noir crop produced in central Otago. That's because of the high yielding nature of the vines here. The particular characteristics of MacArthur Ridge are such that neither helicopters or frost fans are apt to protect the vines from frost events. Application of water via overhead sprinklers is the only reliable and effective frost protection tool available. And MacArthur Ridge is affected by the Clutha Mata'o FMU vision and in turn the 2050 date by which outcomes are to be achieved. Now, MacArthur Ridge is fully cognizant there is another important planning instrument to follow, being the regional plan, of course. However, it does maintain the submission. The regional policy statement could and should go further in identifying viticulture as a standalone use where appropriate, in recognition of the unusual, if not unique, relationship that activity has with water quantity, water quality, and the taiao generally. Such relationship being very different from most other forms of agriculture prevalent in the region. Also by providing guidance as to how allocation choices will be made at the time they fall for consideration in lower order planning instruments, and committing to resolve the water woes of the Manahirakia Rohi in a shorter time period than 2050. So those are the three aspects of the MacArthur Ridge submission that I focus on in these legal submissions. Mr. Johnson is the planning consultant, of course, who you will hear from later, and he will probably mention other submissions and other aspects. But in my submission, these are the three upon which there is divergence between the submitter and the Regional Council. I noted paragraph 4 that MacArthur Ridge has filed evidence from 2 experts, and I make the submission that each of those experts are very experienced in the areas. So both of them have approximately 40 years of experience. Dr. Jordan in the area of viticulture and Ms. Johnson in planning. Turning then to paragraph 5 and whether specific reference to viticulture might be appropriate in some provisions. Dr. Jordan's evidence explains the very particular relationship viticulture has with water quality, quantity, and our environment, or taiao. The essential elements include a highly efficient use of water, which is applied with precision to where it is needed. Also, a relatively low demand for water, about 25% of that for pasture and 40% of that for other perennial crops such as cherries. An inherent requirement for careful water use, because both under and over irrigating can affect fruit quality and have significant commercial implications. So water is not used to produce as much crop as possible. Rather, it is the quality of the product that matters. Frost protection activities require water in the shoulder seasons, which do not coincide with times of peak summer demand. In addition, these episodes are relatively infrequent and for short periods of time. In some circumstances, such as Full MacArthur Ridge and the vineyards there, frost protection by irrigation is the only option available. Insufficiency of water supply for either irrigation or frost fighting can cause devastating crop failure, which cannot be ameliorated or remedied by use of other techniques. For example, in the way supplementary feed or destocking might be used by a pastoral farmer. Vineyards require very little in the way of fertilizer inputs and produce little to no nutrient discharge. Put simply, viticulture has a very small environmental footprint, but a very high sensitivity to insufficient water supply. Dr. Jordan explains the critical importance of Central Otago viticulture locally and nationally, economically and reputationally. New Zealand has an excellent reputation for its Pinot Noir internationally, and the wineries of Central Otago are a local tourism asset. Central Otago is the third largest grape producing area in the country after Marlborough and Hawke's Bay. The relevant regional planning provisions in Hawke's Bay and Marlborough specifically identify viticulture in the higher order provisions. Vineyards are efficient water users, but the vines have little elasticity or resilience to tolerate periods of substandard volumes of irrigation water. That's a citation from the evidence of Dr. Jordan, and I have footnoted the relevant paragraph there. MacArthur Ridge seeks specific mention of viticulture because it is so different from almost every other relevant form of land-based primary production in the region, and because MacArthur Ridge understands there are likely to be some hard decisions facing the region in the coming years. Its submission is predicated on the notion that RPS should be as helpful as it can be in assisting decision makers between now and when the over-allocation issue is addressed for manahura care. Turning to the topic of greater guidance on future allocation decisions, for all of the factual reasons explained by Dr. Jordan, and based on the expert opinion of Mr. Johnson, MacArthur Ridge persists in seeking some guidance in the RPS as to how competing interests for an over-allocated water resource might be resolved. And I've directed you there to paragraph 49 of Mr. Johnson's evidence, and I've set the text out there as well, just for ease of reference. So this is the provision that Mr. Johnson is recommending to provide a bit more guidance to really inform what is being looked for in terms of a sustainable use, which relates back to that policy that guides, well, the objectives, from which the policies flow. I won't read it to you, but perhaps if you decide to take a short time to read it, and then I can carry on.
Look, I think we will have read it as we read his evidence, so you just carry on. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. So Mr. Johnson sets that wording out, and then, of course, explains his rationale for the provision in several parts of his evidence, but including the 3 paragraphs that follow immediately onwards. While the council appears to argue against such an addition on the basis it is not allowed by the MPS, and I have referenced here the legal submissions on behalf of the council presented last week that I managed to read online, but I wasn't able to watch whatever exchange may have resulted. The council has not identified a specific provision in the MPS that such an inclusion of that text would offend. It is submitted the wording suggested by Mr. Johnson is general enough that it does not preempt or gazump anything that is to follow this process. It is further submitted a provision of this kind would assist the RPS in more properly fulfilling its role of fulfilling the role it is expected to perform under the Resource Management Act, in that the RPS is the first and highest order document into which some local flavour can be infused. It is appropriate for the Regional Council to start refining the MPS at the earliest opportunity and to the greatest extent the RPS is able and fit to do so. The regional plan is the next and only other RMA planning instrument that can address over-allocation of water in the Manahura Kia Rohi. To leave everything for that plan, in my submission, is both a tall order and unnecessary. There is no reason why some guidance on how to allocate water between activities cannot be provided at this juncture, so that a portion of the remaining task has a semblance of settled framework around it. A regional policy statement is, of course, mandatory for every region, and the purpose of it is to achieve the purpose of the Act by providing an overview of the issues and policies and methods to achieve integrated management of the region's resources. As such, the regional policy statement for a region is to be the heart of resource management in that region. Regional and district plans must give effect to it. Decision makers on consent applications must have regard to it. Regional policy statements sit high in the hierarchy of planning documents under the RMA, in fact, as high as any local document can be. To be of most benefit, an RPS should not repeat or paraphrase the requirements of higher order documents, but should interpret them into the regional context. Here, MacArthur Ridge urges the RPS to go further than just telling the reader over-allocation is to be phased out, and it can do that by providing a bit more guidance on how that might be achieved. Without specific reference to viticulture, and without the additional clause suggested by Mr. Johnson's paragraph 49, Mr. Johnson deposes there would be insufficient direction from the RPS to compare the benefits of water use or to assess whether the most efficient use of water will be consented. And Mr. Johnson poses the question, applicants will certainly demonstrate benefits for any particular use of water, but how does that assist with phasing out or avoiding over-allocation when water is short if it has no comparative basis on which to make an allocation decision? And I have included a note at the end of that subparagraph that the resource consent process, of course, will not be able to assist with any decisions of this kind because of its first come, first served regime, which precludes any opportunity to compare competing uses or their relative merits. The allocation of resource to specific activities is a function of regional councils, and a geographically proximate example of this can be found in the Waitaki allocation plan. While there are, of course, factual differences between the situation in the Waitaki and here, there are also some material similarities, including Policy 12 and the provision advanced by Mr. Johnson. Now, just for simplicity, I have included as a separate page Policy 12 of the Waitaki allocation plan, and you'll see it is more extensive than the provision Mr. Johnson has in his evidence, but it does bear some similarity to it, particularly in its intention to assist in guiding the subsequent process of actually establishing different allocations for different activities. Now that Policy 12 refers back to Objective 2, which lists 4 or 5 activities that is set up to specify allocations for. I didn't include Objective 2 as a separate item as well, but it's really easy to find online via the Canterbury Regional Council link that I have provided in the footnote there. Back at paragraph 13, in addition to the importance of the planning hierarchy and where the RPS sits in that, there is also an internal hierarchy of relevance. There is a logical cascade from the identified issue through to an objective that must give effect to the Act and the MPS, to policies and methods that must implement the provisions of an RPS. Mr. Johnson refers to this linkage or lack of as a key element in his recommendation for the RPS to go further than is currently proposed. Dealing with the third issue, the time frame for resolution, the officer report notes the complexities associated with addressing over-allocation and the desire for a better information base. MacArthur Ridge accepts those factors probably do exist, but submits that it is an issue common to many regions and not a reason not to try harder. Again, the Waitaki example has some pertinency here, as does Canterbury more holistically. And just back to the Waitaki example, perhaps, there was, of course, many years ago now, 2004 was when those very difficult decisions were being made. And this was a board of inquiry established under a separate statute, but the process that followed was materially the same as the process this freshwater planning instrument is following. The board there had 12 months to resolve a spaghetti soup of allocation issues in the Waitaki. And in my submission, this situation in Otago has been both ominous and looming from the time the RMA was enacted, which is when the mining privileges acquired the status of the deemed consents that were only to last until 2021. In the circumstances, it is submitted to be incumbent on the council to do the very best it can timing-wise, and certainly better than almost 30 more years. Because in the meantime, business certainty and confidence in viticulture may be eroded to the detriment of the region and, in fact, the country. Dr. Jordan's evidence explains the significant upfront investment viticulture requires, the long lead time to pay back, the high downstream investment in wineries, bottling, bottle storage, and wine business activities. And other than pulling the vines out, there is little flexibility of using the assets in an alternate way. Mr. Johnson, in turn, notes the uncertainty facing the industry in Central Otago if a degree of greater specificity is not included, which is then compounded by an aspiration of resolution as far out as 2050. While it may be that hard decisions need to be made and hard-fought battles need to be endured, and the science will be imperfect, MacArthur Ridge submits it just needs to be done. And so that's the end of my written submissions in support. MacArthur Ridge is calling Dr. Jordan and Mr. Johnson in that order.
Thank you, Ms. Linden. There may be some questions from the panel in relation to your submissions. We'll start with Commissioner Keever.
Yes, thank you for those submissions. I don't really have a lot of questions. We have been addressed on this matter by the Central Otago Wine Association. Is MacArthur Ridge a member of that association?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Just in terms of the allocation issue and the guidance around that, you're suggesting we should make some direction around that. That has been put to us by other parties. We have also had the opposite view. I guess it's very difficult from our perspective because we don't really have the information or the evidence in front of us to deal with an issue like that in any sort of specific way. So I guess, and I'm not sure if the information is there actually in terms of what water is available, how over allocated these catchments are. So how far are you expecting us to go in that? Is it just in that policy that Mr. Johnson has proposed?
Yes, sir, it really is. So that policy doesn't require you to have the information to hand in terms of the degree of over allocation and the detail that, for example, in the Waitaki plan they did go through, where in the end they were allocating cubic meters of water to different activities. So the submitter accepts that information is not on the table before you today, and the extent of guidance it is seeking is at the higher general level, but it really is saying that as far as RPS can assist, there's only one other planning document left here that's going to be able to do that job. So as far as RPS can assist, MacArthur Ridge is saying it really should do. It should try hard to be helpful because this is at the top of the tree of the local planning documents.
We always try hard to be helpful. Just depends on who thinks we're helpful and who doesn't, unfortunately.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, just looking at that policy now, we can talk to Mr. Johnson about it, though. It's an interesting approach. I understand his approach, and we have had similar suggestions along these lines. But it appears to me to be looking at quite a narrow sort of assessment, really, if you like, valuing water on what economic return it presents per hectare, when some of the other uses that use water, while they may not return that much money per hectare, they are fundamental to, for example, pastoral food production. It's fundamental for society and there's a significant exporter in it. So this sort of policy suggests we're steering away from those sorts of values. Surely they have to be a consideration as well.
So I think Mr. Johnston is probably the best person to speak to you on the particulars and the details of their policy. It is only guidance as well. It's not making any definitive decisions within it, and it will be followed by an instrument that gives more life to it, that breathes more specificity in it into the regional plan. But it does have its genesis and the reality that at some point there are going to have to be choices made, and if there are other aspects that ought to be included in it that aren't, that could be as well. But it really is focusing on the environmental footprint first and foremost as well, and to some extent it's the it's a terrible phrase, but getting more bang for your buck, but not just in a monetary sense as well. But those are the words that Mr. Johnson favours, and it probably would be useful for you to explore why those words with him.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have no question.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just turning to your Waitaki catchment water allocation plan comparison. And I suppose, I mean, the allocations that are locked into that plan were largely based on existing and projected uses, rather than any sort of approach around reliability or of water use or efficiency or anything in that regard. I mean, are you assuming here that that this would play out in terms of having allocation bands that would have priorities set to them based on sort of efficiency of water use? So
it's not assuming, if you like, the end result, because and I should say too, I've used that example because of its proximity, because of that policy 12 that guides the decisions that resulted in the different activities and different amounts that came out of it. This it's very different in the sense that that plan was done when all we had was the 1998 Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. So that plan had to do all of the work. It didn't have any RPS helping it out there. So you have this merger of regional plan and RPS ready for that catchment in there. So that is accepted as a factual distinction. It really is just, it is urging upon the panel the fact that when you are in this position that Manahurakia or he finds itself in, which has, as I understand the evidence, been an issue for a long time now, that there are going to have to be some decision made. It is accepted that when it came down to it, despite the mess that was in place when the inquiry process kicked off for the Waitaki plan, at the end of it, it really did end up, there were agreements, for example, between Meridian and the irrigators about the amount of water. So that went in there. Someone said the writing was on the wall through the process for that as well. So it may well be a different outcome here in the sense that it can't be sort of all giving effect to kind of what was agreed between the different activities at the time those hard numbers were put in place. But the backdrop here is a guidance about, well, how do we do this? What do we do? Because every use is going to turn up and say we're beneficial, and we can't compare them when they come before us at resource consent stage. And do we just leave it to good luck in terms of when you turn up, as opposed to take their more proactive approach? How do we do this? How do we deal with it? How does a region maximise and optimise the opportunities that it has with the water that it has available after providing for the bottom lines that the MPSs we absolutely must provide for?
Yeah, okay. Because I suppose there'd be a sort of a balancing between a policy like that and Te Manawa Te Wai as well, in terms of the sort of balancing of the priorities. And do you have any comment on how that play out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the allocation for these sort of activities is not in your priority 1 or your priority 2. So that this comes afterwards, and this is with what is left over. How do you decide how to slice and dice it between the numerous competing interests that there are?
Okay, now, food for thought.
If you look at your, well, not your, but Mr. Johnson's suggestion in subclause Roman 2 and 3, use less water per hectare than other uses, provide greater economic return and associated employment per volume of water used at the time the allocation is being considered. Can you point us to any legal provision in the Resource Management Act or the NPSFM that is the base for either of those? Any specific?
Sustainable. Yeah, I was just going to say, really, so this is a distilling down of the wider sustainable management purpose and the principles of Te Manawa Te Wai to the local context. So this is no, those words are not going to be in a provision of the Act, because this is it coming down into the local context, which is influenced by clearly the state of water allocation in the catchment and the influences from the top of the tree, if you like, which include that relatively recent NPS.
But essentially, these are cherry-picked values that relate to the horticulture industry, but not necessarily don't address the other values that the NOF process would require to be assessed in trying to achieve an equitable allocation.
Well, it's from the submitter's evidence and submission. It is simply when it gets hard, if there is not enough water for everyone, what are the characteristics that we look for in deciding how to allocate? And these are 4 characteristics that relate specifically to the submitter, and other submitters will have had the opportunity to, well, I understand they have, talk to you about how else, what other considerations might be relevant. But these are characteristics that really do speak directly to the principles in the NPS. They speak directly to the sustainable management purpose of the RMA, the very core of it, this environmental effect, the efficiency of water use, technical, allocative, and economic. So in every efficiency sense, these are really water quality, the outputs. These are really important factors, and what you will have read in the evidence of Dr. Jordan and Mr. Johnson is this particular relationship that viticulture has with water quantity and quality, and with the TIL generally, because it is an extremely low user of water, extremely low output in terms of nutrient discharge or other environmental effects. And at some stage, the submission is that when it comes to making some of the hard decisions about how you allocate between activities when there is not enough water for everyone, those are very relevant factors under the RMA and under the RMS, and therefore, under the RMA and under the NPS, and therefore should be brought down quite properly into the local documents. And the RPS is the first document in that cascade.
You suggested to us that these are not that directive, but in fact, if you look at the wording, optimise reliability of primary allocation with priority given to water uses, that, and the only thing that leaves the door open slightly is the word generally. They're pretty directive. It's optimise reliability with priority given. And in essence, if we were to adopt them and apply them, we're essentially saying to all of the pastoral farmers who are producing food further up the Manuherikia, tough luck.
I don't know if you
can't ever meet this level of efficiency that the viticulturists can producing alcohol. So we're in a values basis, we come down in terms of trying to decide between those different values. What I'm really putting to you is, in law, what can you point to us that gives this level of priority to these economic and efficiency factors?
I cannot go a lot further than I did before, because this really does go right back to the how are we managing the resource? What do we do when there is enough? How do we make the choices that need to be made in terms of allocating between activities? So it is a bit different from, we're not choosing between the environment and the economics or anything like that. This is when we are dealing with what is left over for these other activities and how we do it. And yes, the policy, the proposal is urging a priority for uses that have that smaller environmental footprint. And that's not just, I'm not just talking about Roman numeral 1 there, that is a lesser demand, that is criticality of water. And that's why the submitter has furnished you with the evidence that it has from Dr. Jordan, because in terms of sustainable management, and in terms of the other objectives, including Te Mana Otuai about the health of the environment, this activity, viticulture, is particularly sensitive, but it's also a low demand use and a low output use. And the submitter is saying that use, when the crunch, if and when the crunch comes, which it looks like it will in Manuherikia, there should be a priority, because it does. It gives a lot, is the essence of the submission.
Thank you, Ms. Limmer. So I take it you're calling Dr. Jordan now.
Yes, I am.
Dr. Jordan.
Sorry, would you like me to swear the witness in, sir?
Have you got a summary brief at all, or no?
Not written. Dr. John was just going to give you a high level in his evidence that was profiled. I actually had a summary in it. I was just going to have him confirm for you that he has since filing read the 2023 update to the Code of Practice and can make the same statement as his paragraph 11 in respect of that.
Yes, I can.
And in that, sir, if it is convenient to you, I will just ask the witness to give a short summary of his evidence. Thank you, Dr. Jordan.
Thank you, and good morning. I think Ms. Limmer has provided a very effective and accurate summary of my evidence, which you've obviously had a chance to read. The areas I would like to emphasise and add to the evidence. So since submitting or filing the evidence, I have had the opportunity to read James Dicey's evidence for the Central Otago Wine Association, and also viewed the recording of his meeting with you last week. My summary of seeing both the evidence, reading the evidence and seeing the presentation is there's very close similarities between the evidence that Mr. Dicey presented and that of mine, so that and nothing really of material difference. So we are, you have heard and have seen from my evidence just the significance of water to the viticultural industry. And in fact, it's critical to vine survival, the ability to produce a commercial crop and to secure grapes of the optimum quality to make the finished wine product that the vineyards are striving to achieve. The Central Otago industry, as Ms. Limmer has pointed out, is a significant part of the New Zealand industry, being the third largest region of our industry. The New Zealand wine industry is the sixth largest export earner for the country, so there is a significance for New Zealand as a total in its economic contribution. In the region, the viticulture and wine industry is very significant for Central Otago. On an annual basis, if we look to the current season that's just been, so the 2023 vintage, there was something in the order of 12,000 tonnes of grapes harvested from the Central Otago industry. An approximate value in wine revenue, that's in excess of $200 million worth of annual revenue generated by those vineyards. That money is returned largely to the region and contributes significantly to the economic well-being of Central Otago. In many regions where we've studied the economic benefit of the wine industry being present, the rough ratio is for every $1 that the wine industry generates, there is $7 worth of economic activity for the region. Now, I'd venture that that would be higher in Central Otago, primarily because of the higher wine tourism activity the industry participates in. For 1 in every 4 tourists that arrive into our country and into Central Otago visit a winery. So there's a significant contribution outside of the primary production of the grapes and the wine that is generated from the grapes that are produced. In my summary, I talked to the significant capital investment. So there's an order of over $200 million worth of vineyard assets invested in the Central Otago industry of something over 2,000 hectares of vineyard. As Ms. Limmer mentioned, these vines don't immediately start cropping. There's a 5-year lead time to the first mature crop, and then the vines progressively mature to continually enhance the quality of the wine that's generated. These are long-term investments that are dependent on a number of commercial criteria to, one, initiate the investment and then to remain within the industry. And one of the critical components of investing and remaining in the industry is the reliable supply of sufficient volume and quality of water not only for irrigation, but in many cases also to support the frost mitigation activities of using overhead water. The industry has researched extensively its water use and also the environmental impact of its activities. Repeatedly, we've found how efficient our industry is in its water use. And this comes from a number of factors. One, there's a high level of technology utilized within the infrastructure to target the application of water specifically to the vines, resulting in minimal runoff, minimal evaporation, and also that only a portion of the total area is actually irrigated. So very much targeted to not only the vines, but also to the root zone of those vines. So very rarely does irrigation in a vineyard extend beyond the depth of the grape roots, effectively containing the water within the root zone of the vines and minimizing any off-site impact of the irrigation activities and enhancing and optimizing the efficiency of water use. The technology is also available to enable us to monitor the water demand of our vines, ensuring that we're applying water only when it's required. The other part of the research that our industry has completed is also looking at the environmental impact. And the industry has extremely high environmental credentials when it comes to its operation within the environment, and puts it as superior to other land-based activities in that the nutrients, very low inputs in the nutrient regime, and those nutrients that are applied, again being targeted, ensure that they stay within the vineyard environment and not beyond. So I think in summary, the importance of water is being very clearly stated. Industry and its commercial viability is dependent on the availability of water. Our industry, and as a good example of it is MacArthur Ridge, which is exemplar in its efficiency of water application, its management of the water resource, and the infrastructure that has invested in to be a technically and admirably advanced operator within the greater environment. So with that, I'd conclude my summary of my evidence and would welcome any questions from the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. We'll start with Commissioner Cubitt.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jordan. As you noted, we have heard from Mr. Dicey, and his evidence is very similar to yours, so I don't have a lot of questions because you do align on the efficiency of water use in vineyards. One thing I was wondering if you could help me with was in your paragraph 52, Roman 1, of B, Roman 1 at the top of page 16. And you talked about a presentation that showed, because of the way water is used in vineyards, they actually return 100 millimeters of water to the aquifer more than is extracted for irrigation. It's sort of counterintuitive. That how does that work? I'm struggling to understand that.
Yeah, I share the same struggle when I first heard this information, and it's been repeated, this work, multiple times in areas with very high permeability water. So I think it's an input-output consideration of combination of rainfall, irrigation extraction, and then the irrigation application. And the end result is a contribution of the water to the aquifer rather than an extraction. I assure you the authority in Brent Clothier and his colleagues based in Palmerston North are world regarded in this area of research. So I take their results with great confidence, but I'm not an expert in the specific area of water movement through the soil profile, but refer to their research and their credentials.
Yeah, well, it could strengthen your argument that actually the whole the menu hierarchy was in grapes. You'd actually had more water.
Yeah, that would be one conclusion. I think, as I said, I'm not an expert in the specific water dynamics through the soil profile, which Dr. Clothier and his colleagues are. So the conclusion that you've come to would say, you know, at worst, it's a neutral impact on the environment in that area, and we should be encouraged by that.
Yeah, and we have heard a lot of evidence around the manu hierarchy and what happens in that space. And you do talk about the infrastructure on this particular vineyard, and I do know this area, and there are a lot of vineyards and cherry orchards up on that terrace. Given the issues, and this is probably an unfair question, you may not have considered or discussed it, but there's no representative of the vineyards here. So I'm just wondering if there's ever been any consideration, because you're actually quite close to the actual Clutha River. Has there been consideration to actually taking water directly out of the Clutha or the lake rather than using manu hierarchy?
Sorry, that's something that I haven't been briefed about or have discussed. So to be able to help answer that question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I thought you may not be able to, but it just does occur to me how close that area is to the Clutha. And given what's coming in the future, maybe that's the thing that should be looked at. But okay, thank you very much for your evidence.
My sense of your commentary is that what might, you know, the dire consequences of not having water available for vineyards, right? Has there been a time in recent history where there hasn't been sufficient supply of water to vineyards, and the consequences then?
Specifically to Central Otago, or are we talking generally in vineyards?
More Central Otago.
In Central Otago, certainly, no, the water infrastructure currently in place has supported the vineyards with overall a reliable supply of water. There have been situations where impacted water races, a well or a pump issues, but they are relatively short term rather than a long-term reduction in available water that would play out in a much more significant and dramatic way to the viability of the vineyards that are dependent on that water.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as though there have been droughts or anything like that that have been sufficiently.
We're effectively operating for the majority of Central Otago vineyards in drought-like conditions. The order of 300 to 400 millimetres of rainfall is extremely low rainfall in the context of grape growing. So on an annual basis, the vineyards are operating in conditions that require supplementary irrigation for their viability. And obviously there are extreme seasons where the rainfall is lower than the average, and then it just places greater demands on that supplementary irrigation for the performance of the vineyards.
And the other issue that is around frost mitigation. Either one, I can't remember whether it was you or Mr. Johnson, talks about that being a sort of the weak spot in the argument.
Just to articulate the role of water, in my evidence, I talked to a range of frost mitigation approaches. You'll see as you travel through Central Otago, Marlborough, Hawke's Bay, a number of permanent frost fan structures that you'll see within the vineyards, and they're dependent on the movement of air through the vineyard and primarily the movement of inversion layer, warm air above the vineyard throughout the vineyard to protect it from frost. They're only effective, along with helicopters, effectively achieving the same result if there's a frost in the order of -2 or thereabouts, depending on the growth stage of the vines. Frosts that are colder than that, and these do occur in Central Otago on a frequent basis, and in some sub-regions, take that of where the MacArthur Ridge is located, where frost is below -2, the only effective frost protection method is the application of water. And in a similar counterintuitive contemplation is the freezing of that water that you're applying is actually keeping the tissue of the vines above the freezing point and protects them from being damaged by frost. So the application of water is in the order of 4.5 to 5 millimeters per hour. So that's a significant amount of water for to be applied over an extended period while the frost is present. The key part of acknowledging the role of water for frost protection, it needs to be a consideration in the allocation of water, and regions outside of Central Otago often provision for water for frost protection as a separate allocation from that of irrigation, acknowledging it is critical and it occurs at a time that's outside of the peak demand by other water users in the region.
And you refer to that there is a distinct difference between vineyard irrigation requirements and pasture-based irrigation. Can you explain that a little bit more for me?
Yeah, so there's two parts of that. One is the application rate. So center pivots and other large volume flood irrigation, border type irrigation have much higher application rates per se. And the other consideration is they're applying to every square meter in the hectare, whereas in vineyards, we're applying to effectively a wetted strip along the grape rows in the order of about 13%, depending on the row and the planting configuration. It's the order of about 13% of the land area is being irrigated in vineyards, whereas in pasture, you're operating at 100% of the land area being irrigated.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Sol.
Yeah, no, thank you. Most of the points that I have actually been covered off, but I did just want to question you on the comparison of application rates. Given that vineyards, you're only irrigating a small portion of the land. How do the application rates compare? You know, if you're looking at, you know, rather than a per hectare, if you're looking at a sort of vine versus grass application rate, do you know? It sort of seems, you know, when I was reading through, I was thinking, is it unfair to compare it on a per hectare basis when for vineyards you are only actually irrigating a small portion of that land area?
Yeah. Well, I think it's an important consideration when it comes to irrigating being allocated on a per hectare basis and then the return that's generated from that. So the vineyards on a per hectare basis, because they're irrigating only a portion of it, are returning a far better outcome. I think the term's been used today, bang for buck. For every litre applied, the economic return and utilisation. The water loss from a rural environment is dependent on the surface area and the evaporation rate. And so effectively, the vineyard, the canopy surface area of a vineyard versus that of a pasture have similar characteristics other than the configuration that we've got, effectively vertical fences versus a carpet of canopy that's losing water to the environment. And we could talk about crop factors that are associated to balance out the different configurations. But I think in my mind, consideration is really around the allocation of water on a per hectare basis, and how the utilization of that water is manifest.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you for that.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan, the looming problem that is causing angst for you and others in Manuherikia is really that there hasn't been a low flow regime that has been sufficient to protect the ecological values of that river. And that's really what you're facing at the present time, isn't it?
It is, but then it's with and admittedly, I'm only on the periphery of the considerations of the low flow in the river. The consideration then is if that low flow is reset at a lower level trigger that excludes the extraction of water for irrigation, it's then the provisioning of the remaining water, which I think Ms. Limmer talked to about how is that allocated? Is it just a sinking lid in a pro rata basis? Or is it more strategic in the consideration about the best use of that water and its application in the subtending land that's extracting water? And an important consideration in that too is the provisioning for extraction during times when water is at a higher flow rate, and the provisioning of dams and water storage to cover those periods of low flow. And MacArthur Ridge is a clear example of the extensive investment in the series of dams that they have on their property to enable some provisioning for those low flow periods.
Yeah, because in essence, if you look at what is a real strategic approach, rather than having an RPS focusing on trying to lay down efficiency tests, which are going to mean that some people are going to get hurt very badly and others are going to do very well. A better approach, you would have thought strategically, would be what Commissioner Cubitt raised, which is to look at alternative sources, either storage in a massive way, which is what's happened in Marlborough, to try and protect the viticulture industry up there, or alternatively, things like the Southern Valley Irrigation Scheme in Marlborough, which irrigates some 5,000 hectares, but as an artificial pumped source supply, or, as Mr. Cubitt put to you, Clutha. Now, it surprised me, I must say, to hear you say that you hadn't turned your mind to those issues, because certainly in Marlborough, the result at the end of the day was, rather than trying to get involved in these terrible decisions as to who's going to miss out, the option strategically that was sought was, how can we avoid those sorts of issues by looking at better sources of supply, either storage or other forms of supply. And it does seem to me that those sort of options are options that your industry in the Central Otago should be exploring with the horticulture, with the pastoralists. Has there been that sort of level of strategic thinking?
My expert opinion was sought here around aspects of the use of water in vineyards. I'm not an owner or have any management input to MacArthur Ridge and other industries or associated industries within Central Otago. So hence my response that I hadn't put my mind to that particular approach to solving the long-term water situation for the vineyard and other horticultural industries or land use in the region. I am aware from conversations I've had with the management of MacArthur Ridge that certainly right from the outset of establishing this vineyard, that all water supply options were considered, and that's been something that's been actively reviewed, and that's about as far as my knowledge about to what the nature of that and alternates I can't speak to specifically. Some of those examples that you talked to about in Marlborough, I am very familiar with, because a number of my clients in Marlborough are party to a number of those schemes, and whether direct takes from rivers with or without on-site storage is something that I am very familiar with.
Yeah, no, look, I'm sorry if I didn't mean to personalise it to you, and don't even take that. But really what I'm saying is that it's an issue that is bigger than individual vineyard operators or individual consultants. It's an issue that requires the community and usually the council to be involved in trying to source better suppliers to avoid the sort of litigation type outcomes of fighting over dwindling supplies. And so really the thrust of the question was, do you know, in terms of Central Otago, whether there has been, and particularly more particularly the Manuheri area, whether there's been that focus on those alternative strategic options for supply?
Yes, and please don't worry, I haven't taken it personally, but I am aware that there's certainly been considerations, but I don't know the detail of that. My only comment I would make, in observing this from other regions, is that large-scale community schemes have been fraught with huge delays. So if an existing operation, in this case vineyard, that's dependent on a new community scheme or larger scale scheme that may or may not eventuate in the future is extremely unsettling for any commercial operator. So looking at options that provide a short-term remedy certainly more appealing than something of a large scale, I'd venture. The other comment I would make is that working within the existing infrastructure, because it's already in place, actually needs to be optimized for the good of all, really. And that would, it's already in place, so it could actually continue to support, maybe with some unfortunate elements of those allocations and the hard calls that would need to be made, but end up in a more secure outcome for those that are dependent on it.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan, and thank you for a very interesting piece of evidence. Like Alan Cubitt, rather, I was very surprised by your reference to the more water going to the aquifer coming from Marlborough, and knowing of the drawdown on the aquifer as a result of the viticulture industry there. But I'll try and find out more about that presentation that you referred to. So thank you.
I'd be happy to share it with you if you wish. So.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, we've got enough time, Mr. Miller. So yes, Mr. Johnson now. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Whoops, I've got my... Sorry, my apologies. I'm upside down. If you wait for a moment, I'll get the camera
Mr. Johnson, just while you're putting yourself the right way up, you filed a written brief with the evidence dated 28 June 2023, and you can confirm you have the qualifications and experience set out in that brief.
Yes, I do. Yep.
And that it remains true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Paragraph 9, that brief, you refer to the 2014 Environment Court Code of Conduct for Expert Witnesses. Are you able to confirm whether you've read the 2023 update and can provide the same confirmation in regards to that?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, perhaps you could provide a summary of your evidence for the panel and then remain to answer questions.
Yes, good morning, panel members. I've been sitting through all of this, and I did sit through the Kawa presentation, and I have reviewed Claire Perkins, the planning evidence for the water user group. The approach I've taken in my evidence, and I'll just change what I was going to say, is in terms of the structure of a plan, it's mandatory for RPS to set out the significant resource management issues for the region, which this plan has done. And the one that is of relevance to me or to MacArthur Ridge, of course, is issue 5, which talks about the current issue of over-allocation. That made me stop and think then about how the RPS then works its way through from the issue to providing the policy framework for addressing that particular issue. Now, the 42A recommended amendments has recast some of the visions and the freshwater elements, and I think it's much better for having been recast. So in the objective, there's one objective, which is the region-wide objective for freshwater. And of course, down there in number 7 is the thing about innovative and sustainable land and water management practices provide for the health and well-being of water bodies and so on. And so what I was trying to look at was, well, then how is that then run through the rest of the plan or through the policy statement? And what has been proposed by the reporting officer are amended or new policies, policy 7 and 7A. And where I got to was, and what I've set out in my paragraph 45 is quoting part of policy 7, where the only policy element that addresses the objective relates to number 2 in that policy, which is basically ensuring that no more fresh water is abstracted, and I've emphasised in my evidence, than is necessary for its intended use. Now, that gave me pause. It made me stop and think, because I was thinking, hang on, there's an issue here about an agreed, or there's a stated issue about over-allocation. The objective, which I think speaks to over-allocation, is encouraging or looking at innovative and sustainable land use practices. And the only reference that I could find that even got close to that was that 7.2, which is basically ensuring that water that was taken was no more than was necessary. So that led me to talk with the water experts that were working for MacArthur to say, well, then how can we particularize that further? And so that was the connection that I was making that wasn't evident in the discussion you had with Ms. Limmer, was around back to that objective, because you have an issue, the issue is given effect to through an objective that sets the outcome that you seek from that issue. The policies are ways of guiding decisions to achieve the objective. And then, of course, the regional plan, as Ms. Limmer said, is the last remaining RMA instrument that actually sets up the mechanics and the mechanisms for achieving those higher order objectives and policies. And so the wording that was put in there in my paragraph 49 was more to address, so what does innovation and what does the sustainable management of water when you have a known situation of over-allocation and a scarce water resource? So what is going to assist decision makers in applications that will come in to differentiate or to make choices around sustainable and innovative use that's consistent with Te Mana o Te Wai, that's consistent with those priority uses? So that is where my thinking and the structure of my evidence was taking me. And yes, I heard the discussion around the choices and the words there, but hopefully that explanation about the connection it makes back up through the document is a bit more apparent. So it doesn't sit in isolation. It's actually sitting there, and I think it probably sits best under LFFWP7 number 5, where it does say in general terms that the policy is that existing over-allocation is phased out and future allocation is avoided. And I would ask, well, how is that achieved? And the intent behind the words that were put up was a way of actually putting some specificity around how over allocation is avoided, and how the innovation and sustainable management practices are to be encouraged in applications for a scarce water resource. So that is my summary of where I see the thing. And I don't think I've had a look at the Otago Regional legal submissions. I don't think that inserting that takes the RPS beyond what the legal people are saying is quite a constrained framework for how you work up an RPS with the NPS freshwater management. Because to me, there's a big jump between the RMA and an NPS. And if you miss the RPS phase and go directly to a regional plan, it becomes really uncertain for decision makers when they have to consider relevant policies and that under, decisions under 104 and various other things. How does that actually give, what is the basis on which the decisions can be made? And this was I've suggested these sorts of words in order to fill that, what I saw as a gap to assist in decision making. I've talked about the other thing I've talked about in support of more specifically identifying viticulture. I think the principle in plan drafting that works there is that primary production, I accept, is defined under the national planning standards, but it is in my view appropriate where the circumstances require it to actually have more specificity around terminology. It's not about picking winners. It's actually acknowledging that within primary production, that's not an equal thing. That's a very broad church of land users. And when you're dealing with water shortage and you're dealing with competition and resources, there is a degree of differentiation. That differentiation needs to come out at some point, and encouraging, and I'm encouraging the RPS to actually be reflective of key land use. And it's similar to what has happened in the Marlborough and the Hawke's Bay RPSs, where viticulture and frost fighting are specifically covered. Sorry, I'm not sure where that noise is coming from. I don't think it's me. But anyway, so that part of my evidence that talks about support for identification of viticulture, I think provides an Otago flavour to primary production. I don't know if there's much more that I should say at this point, because Ms. Limmer's covered off the timeframes around the 2050 deadline for this particular catchment in order to address the issues that are within it. To me, as a planner, that's three statutory cycles of a plan away, and it just raises in my mind whether that is actually an approach that actually provides for sustainable management of the water resources of this particular catchment. So, but I'll just leave it there because I hope that might have explained the thinking that I had in my evidence about why I went with those words. It was connected back to the original objective that came out in the 42A report.
Thank you. And we'll start with questions from Commissioner Hewitt, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, you used the phrase picking winners there, which is kind of one of the initial concerns I had around that wording in your suggested policy, because in that following paragraph, you use the phrase for lesser valued crops or outputs. And I think there you're suggesting pastoral production. But I think what you'll just explain to me, because you would have heard the questions that the Chair put to Ms. Limmer, which were sort of the questions I was going to put to you, but I think you've kind of explained how you've got to this point. And it would appear to me, while this is one option, your focus is actually quite specific, really, I think, in this Manihira catchment where there is quite a significant issue with allocation. Would that be fair?
Yes, I mean, I was trying to write this in a specific thing. I mean, sure, my client is a viticulturalist, and I was very conscious about not naming or putting a direct line to viticulture, because simply, even in pastoral farming, they have, over time, they have applied technology to significantly improve the efficiency of water application and getting better use of the water resources they use. So as far as possible, I was trying to be sort of not sitting on the fence, but certainly not. Now, I hear what the chairman said. It does tend to favour viticulture, and I suppose that's probably where it will end up. But I go back, Commissioner, and saying, there isn't limitless water. There is a current issue. There are decisions that will be made if 2050 survives between now and 2050. So on what basis will those decisions, when these people come in, because not all water can be granted.
Yeah, yes, understand that, but yeah, I guess the concern was that it does really direct this to viticulture. You probably can't see them. We have Horticulture New Zealand here listening keenly, because they're making similar sort of comments around that volume of water per hectare and economic return. I guess the concern I have is there is a wider issue, with food production. Is pretty fundamental to society, and we're connected globally, really. And you refer to greenhouse gas emissions in here in terms of the environmental footprint, mate. There's an argument to be made by all of our agriculture producers that we are, in terms of that global issue, one of the most efficient countries at producing food. So that works both ways, I guess. Yeah, I guess I see this as probably perhaps a useful tool in the context of over-allocated catchments, but in conjunction with some of those wider options to deal with that we talked about earlier, with perhaps the Clutha source, all those sorts of things. How would you phrase, because at the moment, this is what you're promoting here is a region-wide policy, so it's not specific. So if you applied that would create quite a few difficulties in a range of areas in Otago. Yeah. What I'm trying to get is how could you make that more specific to those areas of concern, and what other options maybe would you consider as a part of dealing with that? Because really, that taking the Manuheri care, you're going to have to look at that, catching the range of different options, I guess, to deal with the issue there. And you may be right; it may lend itself to just viticultural production, but we've heard from a lot of people on the top of that catchment that their livelihoods, their whole heritage is based on pastoral farming, and they need water to do that. It is those other North values that are going to come into it, and that's really going to be a regional plan issue, isn't it?
Well, it could be, Commissioner, but equally, I mean, I didn't feel I was sort of able to sort of recast too much of what had been brought out in the 42A. But what you're talking about is potentially something that's missing in the objective, the reworked objective, because there's nothing in there that I can see that actually talks about just the very things you're talking about. Is that there are the objective is to secure the best return from the water resources as a whole, not a return, sorry, but to get the best use of the water resources as a whole. So there could be an objective that's crafted around exploring these other options, so that it's not all just water coming on the run of the river system. So and that's as a planner that's written a few plans. I mean, there's an interconnectedness here between the issue, the objectives, and the policies. And the thing is, I was loath to, because our submission didn't allow me to get there, but when we weren't recommending a new objective, and it wasn't until we saw the 42A that I thought, there's always ways of fleshing out and actually providing regional focus to the things that you want to do that will address the issue. Because what you're talking about here with the chairman's question around alternative sources is actually another way of addressing issue 5.
Yeah, you're not first to raise that lack of sort of vertical integration in the policy provisions. And one of the interesting things about this particular process, given it's under the freshwater regs, is that we can actually, I think, and I'm going to look at Mr. Anderson as I say this, include provisions that we think are appropriate.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works in the context of submitters promoting things that weren't in their submissions, whether they're allowed to prompt those. He's laughing in the background because he knows where I'm going probably, but it would be quite useful to see something from a planner who has your experience about how that might work, and you can bring those options into it. Because I would be, much as this policy is, could be very helpful, it also could create quite a few issues if it was applied generically across the region. I'll leave it to the chair to pass any further directions to you. But I took it from what you said that you have considered potential amendments to objectives to reflect this and some wider options that may be considered, which I think would be quite helpful to see.
Yeah, well, Richard, I've thought about it, but not in the depth that the issue probably warrants. And it's really difficult when you're sitting outside the plan making machinery and framework to actually come in and suggest these things. But to the extent that it may be helpful to the panel, I mean, I'm always happy to try and use my experience or to offer options for consideration in the mix. It was a bit like it was offered by the planner for the water reuser group the other day about visions. So yes, I'm happy to apply my knowledge or my experience where that might assist the panel. Yeah.
And just lastly, I'm surprised that you weren't arguing that wine is a priority too, as a fundamental and essential to human health. We have had that argument actually at this hearing.
Yeah, well, I will leave others to make those arguments. I witnessed the exchange between Mr. Dicey and the chairman about the relative merits of Pinot Noir.
No, thank you very much for that.
Commissioner Kerry.
Yeah. I just want to focus on Te Mana o Te Wai, because you make quite a number of references to it in your evidence in chief. But let me start off with paragraph 3 in your summary statement today, where you refer to, I guess, the uniqueness of the viticulture and you end up talking about the over-allocation issue in Manuherikia. And at the end of that sentence, was the third sentence, you say, they help in determining an approach to addressing over-allocation of Manuherikia rohe that focuses on innovation and efficiency measures and is consistent with Te Mana o Te Wai. Can you explain that a bit more for me, please? What do you mean by that?
So this is going back to the previous commissioner's question about assisting with writing objectives. This is a relatively complex process that you've got to go through, and what I'm saying is that when you're crafting provisions, be it in an RPS or a regional plan, Te Mana o Te Wai is the foundation. It's a thing that goes back. So whatever you do, and if I was asked to come up with some words, you need to go back and always check against Te Mana o Te Wai that in actual fact what you're doing is consistent with it, because that's the overarching requirement, or the overarching consideration that all provisions have to sit comfortably within. So it's just not a Section 32 type thing. It's actually saying there's this overarching approach. And whatever we do, we just need to use that as a reference point back to make sure that we can validate it against Te Mana o Te Wai.
I mean, some people have said, looked at Te Mana o Te Wai and the hierarchy of obligations that sort of characterize it. Some would like those to be balanced. So I'm not quite sure what balanced is. Do you have a view around that?
Well, as I understand it, Commissioner, they're set out as priorities. I mean, to me, the word priority says there's a hierarchy, and Ms. Limmer made reference to that in her opening as well. I mean, they're set out very clearly, 1, 2, 3. I mean, the health of the water system is first and foremost. The health of the people is dependent upon a healthy water system. That's fundamental to the Māori worldview. Our economic and social uses of water quite clearly sit third. I don't think there's a balancing issue here. I think this has sort of recast the thinking around water, which I'm quite supportive of. I think there's some compelling logic to it, actually. And it was your reference I was talking about earlier on with Mr. Jordan around phosphating addressing the Achilles heel of viticulture. Would you like to expand a bit more on that? I think I know what you mean, but I'd be quite interested in. Sorry, Commissioner. That's a typical Richard term that I'd throw into evidence that I probably should avoid doing. What I was saying is that and I had to learn a lot about viticulture and about the application of water, and the lack of. When we talk about irrigation, conventionally, we're always talking about irrigation in water short periods, right, over summer. I think that's what Dr. Jordan was saying. And the bit that I thought was the Achilles heel was, in actual fact, water is probably more fundamentally important at the beginning of the crop cycle, protecting the rootstock at the either end of the growing season, because in actual fact, if there's a frost that you haven't protected against, then you lose the crop for that whole year. That's the Achilles heel. So the Achilles heel is looking after rootstock. Interestingly enough, it's either the Hawke's Bay or the Marlborough plan actually makes specific reference to the protection of rootstock from the application of water out of season.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about all I have. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Johnson. Just 2 points from me. You refer in your evidence in a couple of places to over allocation not being timetabled for resolution until 2050, and I suppose in looking at the visions, the vision is to be achieved by 2050 as is proposed in the plan at the moment, but that includes a lot more than just over allocation. And would you accept potentially that to achieve some of the other matters listed in that vision, that over allocation might be just the first step towards achieving that wider vision? And I suppose I'm talking there about some of the more ecological aspects of vision, Mahingakai and the like, that until you sort the over allocation out, you can't really start progressing some of those other matters. I suppose I was just surprised at the terminology you were using around 2050, and was interested in whether you accept that perhaps that's just one step of a few things that need to be done to achieve vision, or whether you think perhaps that vision is a little bit far out and should be brought forward a little bit.
That's a very useful comment, Commissioner, because I hadn't actually thought of it like that. So yes, I accept that in actual fact, that is the visions to be achieved by 2050, and leading up to the vision, there could be steps and actions. The bit that's missing in this document, and it's probably not appropriate for this document somewhere, is so what's the pathway? What are the steps to be undertaken between 2023 and 2050 that will lock in that vision? So someone needs to sit down and draw up that program, either a program of work, a program of policy implementation, which I'm not aware of. But yes, you're right. It's I possibly overstated the fact that over allocation isn't going to be addressed until 2050. It could be that it starts earlier with the things that you've talked about. Yes.
Yeah, thanks for that. We've had submissions around sort of interim targets and others sort of suggesting that the action plans under the NPSFM could address those types of, interim work programs and that sort of thing. The only other question I had is you've referred to Marlborough and Hawke's Bay policies, and I did have a look at that Hawke's Bay one because it looked like you'd just pulled a few little bits out there, and where is it? Yeah, I suppose it seems to be saying frost protection can be allowed without further restrictions, so without reference to minimum flows and the like. Did you have involvement in that plan? I was just wondering if that's largely because frost protection is on the shoulders of the irrigation season and doesn't necessarily compete with irrigation demand.
Sorry, I wasn't involved in either of those plans actually, even though I was working in Nelson for a period. So no, I'm not aware, but I suspect that you're right. Is that the need for the frost fighting and rootstock protection is at a time when there's not a general heavy demand on water.
Yeah, I mean, from my reading of that policy, and it's probably open to interpretation, that the rootstock that says first priority, but it seems it would still be subject to minimum flow cessations as well.
Yeah,
from the other parts of that policy.
Yes, well, my reading of the Hawke's Bay plan is that it's just not that because of the hierarchy again. I mean, drinking water for humans and things like that. I mean, sorry, in-stream uses, then drinking water and all that is that the rootstock water is only available when all the other things are satisfied. That was my reading of where even Hawke's Bay got to.
Yeah. Okay. No. Thank you for your evidence. It's certainly given us something to think about. Thanks.
Just dealing with the Marlborough plan, the issue and then the objective that you referred us to in your Appendix 1, they don't identify viticulture as such as, unless I've missed something.
No, they don't, Mr. Chairman. You're right. They don't. They actually talk about the activities, frost fighting, and the activities like that. So yeah, they haven't used the term viticulture.
And the objective is seeking efficiency of water use for any given activity. So, and I must say I was pleased to read that because I was actually on that panel, and I thought that we avoided purposely trying to identify particular activities so that we enabled each activity itself to be assessed in relation to its own efficiency.
Yep.
Whereas the danger that I just see in your suggestion of paragraph 49 is that in reality it's looking for, or it's prioritizing rather, the optimum use of water. And I'm just struggling to see a legal basis for that. I put that to Ms. Limmer, and she came back to the more general aspects of efficiency, but there's nothing that you're aware of that we're overlooking in a legal sense that I emphasises efficiency above all else.
No, I'm not aware, Mr. Chairman. No.
Just if you do look at that Appendix 1 again, and Objective 5.7 with in the Marlborough plan of to achieve efficient water use for any given activity. In reality, when you look at what we've been recommended at the moment, what you're really drawing our attention to is that there's a policy 7A on water allocation and use, and a policy and a subclause to that 3, ensuring the efficiency of freshwater abstraction, storage, and conveyancing. Our question is conveyancing, but the infrastructure is improved. And as I understood your responses to Commissioner Cubitt, you're really saying that if you're wanting to look at the biggest strategic picture of emphasising the importance of the alternatives of massive storage, or the alternatives of other source water being looked at, that really requires, in the framework of this plan, a separate objective and set of policies.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because I mean, to me, 3 sort of came a little bit out of left field. So the way I used to write these things is that if you think of a policy, you've always got to look back up. I mean, you do lots of whiteboard exercises just to try and establish the connectivity between your specific policies, because the policies give effect to an objective, and it's basic plan drafting to ensure that every policy has a connection to its parent objective.
And so if we took that thought process a bit further, you're really saying that in the context under the heading of issue 5, that there should be some wording along the lines that something to the effect that improvements are needed to sources of sustainable water to avoid future conflict over allocation priorities.
Yes, that's correct, because the contest for water is just not around people want to take water out of the stream. It's actually water in that catchment as a whole.
Look, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, and they were helpful oral observations by you, and as is often the case, the oral stuff, once you've been triggered into thinking about it, it is often more helpful than the written, and that was certainly the case as far as your evidence is concerned today. So thank you very much.
No, thank you.
So, Ms. Limmer, that's the conclusion.
It
Thank
is,
you.
sir.
Thank you. We'll have a break for a quarter of an hour, and then on to the Board of Government. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I feel like I should be standing to address you.
No, look,
No.
make us feel easy and sit down.
You're not that important.
My heart is conflicted between this freshwater planning instrument.
Could you just, check that?
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for allowing us the time to present today. We're very happy to be here. My name is Nicole Buxeda. I appear for Horticulture New Zealand. To my left is Mr. Vance Hodgson. He is our planning expert. We have Leanne Roberts, who is our industry expert, and coming in online due to conflict in court arrangements is Stuart Ford. He is our economist. I have also to my right, I'm very lucky to have them all here, a selection of three very experienced growers in the region. We have Chris Robb, Ernst Weaver, and Simon Webb. And the commissioners will have a chance to discuss operations with them, talk about their growing experiences, the pressures, the realities on the ground, and any other questions that might occur. And I have to say, we do have many years of experience cumulatively here with growing in the Otago region. So we're very happy to be presenting before the commissioners today, and I thank you again. The commissioners should have a copy of my legal submissions for you today. My intention here is to read through, highlight the really key issues to Horticulture New Zealand which arise in this proceeding, and make myself available to answer any questions either throughout or at the end of my presentation. And I do wish to start off with saying that Horticulture New Zealand is here, considering that where we have landed, especially with any updates or summary statements circulated for the commissioners, Hort NZ is happy with where this is headed. We think this is a positive step. We think this is a good place for us to start. We think this is a good outlet for the region. And we are here emphasising that this is a positive step, looking to finesse areas where we consider that there could be greater clarity, where we consider there could be greater application and ease of application, and where there could be greater certainty, I guess. But ultimately, we are here on a positive note, and I just want to start off by emphasising that. I think that positive note, I hope that it flows through our submissions, and I hope that it flows throughout our interactions with the commissioners. But that is the basis upon which we appear. And I take the commissioners to my summary at paragraph 3. As I said, many of Hort NZ's initial concerns were addressed in the section 42A report, and this has been in fact refined as we go on. And my colleague Mr. Hodgson will talk about this. He has a summary statement. He reacts to some comments made by council. So we are keeping up to date with what changes have been occurring, and we are working on hopefully what we consider to be the most up-to-date place of where we all are. In this matter, we respectfully seek that the commissioners give particular attention to the following matters, the first of which is retaining the long-term visions as notified and as informed by community consultation. We seek wording to appropriately recognise food production values in the context of freshwater management. We highlight recognition of land-based primary production and water allocation, and we will discuss the appropriate place of horticulture for domestic consumption within Tier 2 of Te Mana o Te Wai hierarchy. And I did catch some of the back and forth about the placement of Tier 2, and I suspect the commissioners have heard a range of arguments on this, and I'm happy to engage in this as we go through. In these submissions, I comment on various national policy statements, the Natural and Built Environment Act 23, and wider horticultural concerns, including water consent lengths. And I wish to note, as it is the regional policy statement, which sets the policy platform that lower order plan documents give effect to, we submit that this RPS must be crafted carefully and correctly to ensure that horticultural activity is not curtailed in Otago, and we're focused on getting this RPS right, as it does take flow down the fence. I turn to paragraph 8, where I include a summary of Horticulture NZ and its role as an industry good body representing the interests of horticultural growers, with a mission to provide a unifying vision for the horticultural sector, increasing collaboration between product, sector, regional and district groups, and enhance their sector's ability to respond to and influence decisions that are effective. And that is really key to the growers that we represent. We also work to develop and encourage, Hort NZ works to develop and encourage industry-wide projects which benefit all growers. And as the commissioners will be aware, Hort NZ has been engaged at all stages of the PORPS process, including presenting on several topics at the non-freshwater hearing. The first stage of the PORPS was a positive and productive process, and Hort NZ does report its gratitude for the panel's engagement on key horticultural matters. At paragraph 10, I wish to summarise the current position and note that the national food system operates as a whole. The Otago region plays a critical role in this system due to its unique production capability. The region is relied upon for both domestic and export crops and is particularly important during the summer fruit season, which I am thankful is just around the corner. Recently, local vegetable production has declined, and therefore integration with other regions is vital for the availability of fresh produce for the Otago population, and we do like to look at this as a whole. Now, I note that while local vegetable production has declined, that doesn't mean that this decline is irreversible. It could reverse. There are climate change considerations there. This is not a definite reversal, but as we sit now, that vegetable production has declined. However, the fruit production has increased, and we are in a fluid system, so that is where we sit currently. I know that food production systems are coming under increased pressure from population growth, competing resource use, and climate change. And as the commissioners will be aware, food is essential to human health and well-being, and food production plays an important part in New Zealand's regional and national economies. In this context, the role of the Otago region within the national food production system must be maintained and protected, with flexibility provided to change into the future. Now, throughout the PORPS process, 14Z has sought greater recognition for the role and importance of food production within the Otago region, as well as protections relating to food supply and food security. 14Z seeks to ensure that local food production exists with the appropriate recognition of its importance and protections required for its continuity. So that concludes my summary statements and the wider context statements. I now turn to my legal framework comments at paragraph 13. And I note that section 62(3) of the Resource Management Act requires that a regional policy statement must give effect to national policy statements. While the national policy statement on freshwater management is clearly key, commissioners, there are several other national policy statements which must also be considered by the panel to ensure that there is integrated management. I note that the overriding statutory purpose of the RMA is to promote the sustainable management of natural and physical resources, which means, as you will no doubt be aware, managing the use, development, and protection of natural and physical resources in a way or at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic, and cultural well-being and for their health and safety. This purpose, commissioners, does not contemplate environmental protection at the expense of preventing sustainable management. Section 45A of the RMA states that a national policy statement must state objectives and policies for matters of national significance that are relevant to achieving the purposes of this Act. Further, the purpose of an RPS, regional policy statement, is to achieve the purpose of the Act by providing an overview of the resource management issues of the region and policies and methods to achieve integrated management of the natural and physical resources. We submit that it is not open to implement a national policy statement in a way which is inconsistent or does not achieve the purpose of the RMA. That purpose flows down and informs. The National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management includes key provisions with the requirement that every regional council must give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and develop long-term visions for freshwater. Te Mana o Te Wai, as it is given effect to by the PORPS, must still focus on achieving the purpose of the RMA, including promoting sustainable management. Clause 3.3 sets out the requirement for regional councils to develop long-term visions for freshwater, which may be set at freshwater management unit, part of a FMU, or at a catchment level. And specifically, and I'm entirely sure that the commissioners have read subclause 3.33 brackets A, emphasising the need to develop long-term visions through engagement with communities and tangata whenua. And I submit that there is clear direction that community and tangata whenua engagement must inform the long-term visions, and commissioners, I intend to come back to that point when I discuss 14's submission to retain the long-term visions as notified, inclusive of community consultation. I comment briefly on the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. Throughout the PORPS process, 14Z has been focused on the appropriate implementation of the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. The consideration of highly productive land remains relevant during the freshwater planning instrument process because soils other than land use capability classifications 1, 2, and 3 are in fact highly productive in the Otago region, provided that there is the provision of fresh water to enable the use of that productive land. And commissioners, this issue is particularly traversed by Stuart Ford, our economist, and Ms. Roberts for industry in the evidence. At the non-freshwater hearing, Port NZ's submissions with it land use categorisation 4 and 5 should be considered to be highly productive land in the Otago context. In response to evidence from Port NZ, ORUG and others in the non-freshwater hearing council's planner, Ms Boyd recommended the protection of land suitable for horticulture and viticulture, at least on an interim basis. And this acceptance was heartening for Port NZ, as the recognition of LUC 4 and 5 as highly productive land for horticulture provides a strong foundation for this freshwater process. And I briefly note here, I'll traverse this slightly more in depth later, the Section 42A report recommends a new policy, LFFW P7A, on water allocation and use, which would recognise an allocation need within limits for land-based primary production. And this is strongly supported by Port NZ as necessary to enable use of HPL in a suitable manner for horticulture. I believe that the phrase used by Ms Roberts is unlocking the potential of that land, so that that water is needed to unlock the potential of a highly productive land. I note that the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land specifically details interaction with freshwater management and requires that highly productive land protection is undertaken in a manner which integrates with freshwater management. And we submit that the Section 42A report recommendations are consistent with these directions for integration. I also wish to comment briefly on the interaction of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and the National Policy Statement on Renewable Energy Generation, noting that the evidence of Manawa Energy considers the application of the National Policy Statement on Renewable Energy Generation and asserts that this National Policy Statement requires greater recognition within the PORPs. Now, Port NZ does not comment on whether the NPS REG has been sufficiently recognised in the PORPs. However, it is important for Port NZ that the various policy statements are reconciled in a balanced manner. Though the contents of the NPS HPL is of specific importance to Port NZ's interests, it does not seek to elevate the NPS on highly productive land above other national policy statements or to the disadvantage of other industries. Port NZ's priority is ensuring the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land and its directives are appropriately implemented. Port NZ seeks that the same approach be taken to other national policy statements, such that the recognition of one does not come at the detriment of others. I finally comment on the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. Now, Port NZ did not submit evidence in response to the Otago Regional Council on the implications of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity as it relates to the freshwater planning instrument provisions of the PORPs. And I just note that Port NZ may produce evidence on the NPS-IB as it relates to the non-freshwater planning instrument provisions. But here I do briefly comment on the legal implications of the evidence for the Otago Regional Council. Ms Boyd states concern that issues arise with the implementation of clause 3.21 brackets 2 subclause D of the NPS-IB, which requires that local authorities include objectives, policies, and methods in policy statements prioritising natural inland wetlands whose ecological integrity is degraded or lost due to the definition of natural inland wetland in the NPS-FM. Ms Boyd raises concern that the exclusions in the NPS-FM definition of natural inland wetland relating to pasture used for grazing with vegetation cover of more than 50% exotic pasture species does not prioritise the Māori intrinsic value and well-being of Indigenous biodiversity, and in doing so, does not achieve the decision-making principles in the NPS-IB. Ms Boyd's proposed solution to this is to amend the notified definition of natural wetland so it does not contain the pasture exclusion in the NPS-FM definition of natural inland wetland. Now, just to comment briefly on this, the government elected to amend the definition of natural inland wetland on the basis of consultation and technical input. The NPS-FM and the NPS-IB must be given effect to as they are, and I submit it is not open to selectively apply parts which are deemed to be preferable, nor to ignore intentional changes enacted by government. And finally, under my legal heading, I turn to comment briefly on resource management reform, which the commissioners are no doubt aware is chugging on in the background. The Natural and Built Environment Act and the Special Planning Act have received royal assent, and while these do not have immediate effect for this process, we do consider the direction of travel in the Natural and Built Environment Act important to consider as part of the background. The NBEA recognises the importance of enabling the supply of fresh fruit and vegetables in the National Planning Framework. And Mr. Hodgson sets out in his evidence the changing of legislation and policy instruments to recognise the importance of production, supply and security of food. Commissioners, I submit the recognition of the importance of fruit and vegetable supply within the NBEA is indicative of the future direction of resource management within New Zealand. Numerous submitters have called the panel's attention to the need to recognise food production as important within the Otago region, and several communities have identified food production as an important value within their long-term visions. NZ submits it would be appropriate for the panel to adopt a forward-thinking process by recognising food production as supported by community consultation and legislative direction. And commissioners, as I have said, we are starting this from a positive recognition of food production, but I just wish to highlight this so it sits in the minds of commissioners. In paragraph 40, I turn to the outcomes sought from the freshwater provisions from NZ. The following points are outstanding issues for NZ and specifically sought. And I will take commissioners through the long-term visions, the recognition of food production values, discuss proposed provision LFFW01A and LFWP7A, which is new and deals with recognition of efficient users in water allocation. In regards to the long-term visions, at paragraph 42, the notified vision statements for FMUs were developed through community liaison and feedback process as required under the NPSFM, and the evidence of our growers here talks about their input into those processes and that community feedback process. The section 42A report author recommends changes to these vision statements, and NZ opposes the deletion of references to food production in the context of a long-term vision for freshwater. However, I do note, and Mr. Hodgson will mention this, I believe that the ORC in the summary statement at the beginning has in fact suggested the reinsertion of food production values into their proposed overarching region-wide vision. However, commissioners, I still submit that the proposed region-wide objective, which rewords the community consultation, is itself not a long-term vision in accordance with clause 3.3 of the NPSFM. And I submit that all consultation which was undertaken for the long-term visions is now being subverted into a different instrument within the clause. NZ does recognise the desire of the section 42A author to remove duplication. However, submits that such a drafting objective must not prevail over genuine consultation with community. NZ also recognises the submissions of Kaitaho Ki Otago seeking that duplication across long-term visions should be removed in favour of an overarching region-wide objective with specific visions for each FMU where needed to recognise unique characteristics. Commissioners, NZ considers that where communities have identified food production as a community value for freshwater management, this should be taken as a unique characteristic of that region and hence should be retained in specific vision statements. We submit that reference to food production values in the context of visions for freshwater should be reinstated as per the as notified versions to ensure the retention of local voice and to reflect the desires of the community which were developed through extensive consultation. And I submit that this retention would be in line with clause 3.3 of the NPSFM. Retention of this is supported by both Mr. Hodgson and Ms. Roberts and is referenced by growers, as I've said. I do note finally, however, if the Commissioner is comfortable with the new proposed region-wide provision, LFFW01A, we submit that this must be amended to ensure that food production values are accounted for across the region. And I do understand that this inclusion was supported by Ms. Boyd in her opening statement. I turn to paragraph 51 to recognition of food production values in the context of freshwater management and issue statements. These are food production values and associated issues are expressed in SRMR by 1, 4, 6, 8 and 10A. NZ submitted that the issue statements should include reference to food production values. And such a reference, commissioners, recognises the unique landscape of the Otago region, where food production plays a vital role in the economic and social makeup of communities. However, the section 42A author considered that changes to the issue statement with specific detailed references to horticulture were not preferred. Now, Horticulture NZ accepts this position, however, seeks that food production needs to be clearly recognised in the context and impact snapshots, specifically for SRMRI 5 and 6. Mr. Hodgson provides additional recommendations on the wording of these issue statements, which would further improve and clarify the recognition of food production values as they relate to freshwater, and he will address the commissioners on that. At paragraph 55, I discuss proposed provision LFFW 01A and note that Port NZ sought the inclusion of wellbeing alongside the health of people within clause LFFW 08. And I note that the section 42A report author has since recommended this clause is deleted as a result of proposed new clause LFFW 01A. Which is an objective for freshwater, and again, Hort seeks that wellbeing should be incorporated into this new clause. Hort NZ considers that taking a holistic approach to freshwater outcomes is required. We submit that the wellbeing of people is not separate from the health of freshwater bodies, and in fact, the two are intertwined and should be considered together. It follows that wellbeing should be accounted for in the region-wide statement, and this position is supported by Mr. Hodgson in his planning evidence. Finally, commissioners, I turn to LFFW M6, which has been replaced by recommended new policy LFFW P7A on water allocation and use. And I note that LFFW P7A expressly recognises land-based primary production. Port NZ strongly supports the proposed new policy and welcomes this recognition of land-based primary production in water allocation and use going forward. And I would note at paragraph 61 that the evidence of Manawa Energy asserts that food production should not be prioritised above other uses, and that renewable energy generation should be elevated above land-based primary production. Now again, Hort NZ does not comment on whether renewable energy generation is or is not appropriate for prioritisation. However, the evidence for Manawa Energy asserts that there is no national direction that states that primary production in itself is nationally significant. Port NZ submits that the recognition of and protection afforded in the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land is itself a recognition of the need to protect highly productive land for primary production nationally. I turn to comment on future allocation and limit setting decisions. The proposed wording by the section 42A author recognises an allocation need for land-based primary production, which is supported by Hort NZ. But I note that this is defined in the NPS HBL as land-based primary production means production from agricultural, pastoral, horticultural, or forestry activities that is reliant on the soil resource of the land. Now, the commissioners will see that this might not recognise future developments here, and I submit that future allocation and limit setting decisions will need to recognise food production systems which do not meet this definition. Mr. Hodgson brings the Commissioner's attention to recent guidance from the Ministry for the Environment, prompting local authorities to ensure there is sufficient non-highly productive land available for primary production activities which do not directly rely on the soil, but still need to locate in a rural environment. And Commissioners, we're thinking about greenhouses and other methods of food production here which do not fall into that definition of land-based primary production. And I do note that while this recognition of these other food production methods is not sought in the corpse, Hort NZ wishes to highlight this as a factor for future planning decisions and to signal that this will be an issue which Hort NZ will pursue in the Land and Water Regional Plan. Commissioners, this is one comment, and I will make a few others where I discuss the broader context where Hort NZ might not be seeking outcomes directly in this. But I wish to highlight concerns in the region, future direction and aspects which I consider to be important for horticultural production, and to bring these to the attention of the Commissioners as a more holistic approach to what pressures are facing horticulture and what environment we are operating in. At paragraph 65, I turn to discuss Te Mana o Te Wai, which from my slightly truncated viewing of the hearings has been discussed by other submitters and other parties, and I am entirely confident the Commissioners are aware that there is a hierarchy of obligations in Te Mana o Te Wai, which I will refer to here as tier 1, 2, and 3. Commissioners, it is my submission that on a statutory interpretation basis, the hierarchy of Te Mana o Te Wai includes in tier 2 fruit and vegetables for domestic consumption to enable the health needs of people. and fruit and vegetables for export purposes in Tier 3 to enable to enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. I submit that the term such as in the framework of Te Mana o Te Wai does not limit the health needs of people to only considerations of drinking water in Tier 2. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines such as a phrase which is used to introduce an example or series of examples. I submit that Tier 2 is not limited to just drinking water, and recognition needs to be provided that other aspects of people's health, including the fresh produce for domestic consumption as grown in the Otago region, fits within Tier 2 of this hierarchy. Commissioners, fresh fruits and vegetables play a vital role in human health and well-being. A failure to prioritise freshwater use to produce fruits and vegetables for domestic consumption may result in reduced supplies of fresh fruits and vegetables to the detriment of community health and thus contrary to the intent of Tier 2. The Section 42A report appears to take issue with food production for export sitting in Tier 2. Just to clarify, this is not the outcome sought by Port NZ. Port NZ submits that the situation of horticulture for purposes other than domestic consumption properly falls under Tier 3. The inclusion of horticulture for domestic consumption within Tier 2 of the MPSFM hierarchy ensures that this priority sits in the mind of decision makers when assessing how to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. Particularly relevant to this hearing is the placement of fruit and vegetables for domestic consumption within Tier 2, as this must be reflected in the long-term visions, the National Objectives Framework, and when developing objectives, policies, methods, and criteria for water allocation. At paragraph 72, I state Te Mana o Te Wai is incorporated into the PORPs in the objectives and policies of the land and freshwater section. The NPSFM requires that every regional council must engage with communities and tangata whenua to determine how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region. It is my submission that while engagement is required, that cannot result in the application of Te Mana o Te Wai stretching outside the bounds of basic statutory interpretation, nor standing in contradiction to the purpose of the overriding act. Policy LFWAY T1 specifies that the second tier of priorities includes the health and well-being needs of people, as well as interacting with water through interactions such as drinking water and consuming harvested resources, and immersive activities such as harvesting resources and bathing. I submit that, similar to the statutory interpretation exercise conducted above, fresh produce for human consumption domestically meets the ingestion test contained in this policy. This policy is the translation of Te Mana o Te Wai into the PORPs, and I submit that with the translation. Horticulture for domestic consumption falls within Tier 2 of that as well. That summarises the key points that we are seeking to draw the Commissioner's attention to in regards to the PORPs, but as signalled, Commissioners, I wish to briefly comment on wider horticultural pressures in the Otago region. And as I've noted, Port NZ's interests in the PORPs freshwater provisions are not solely limited to the changes sought above. As in all plan processes, Port NZ aims to ensure that the voices and needs of growers are heard and understood by decision makers and councils. The PORPs is the policy platform that then determines the decisions to follow. As such, I seek to provide the Commissioners with a brief summary of the key wider horticultural pressures in the Otago region. The first one I wish to mention is climate change. The evidence of Stuart Ford, who will be coming in via VMR today, discusses how horticultural practices are relatively environmentally friendly compared to other rural uses, and hence can play a role in the national move towards long-term environmental goals. The irrigation methods utilised within horticultural operations are highly efficient, placing less pressure on a freshwater environment that is already under stress from climate change. This is echoed in the evidence of Vance Hodgson, and the growers also have comments on this efficiency in their evidence. Ms. Roberts also discusses how changing climatic conditions within the Otago region will drive different methods of production by necessity. As an industry, horticulture is already adapting to these measures with many new techniques that place even less pressure on the surrounding environment. And Commissioners, this is specifically discussed in the evidence of Chris Robb, who details the cutting-edge Cravo system, which uses minimal water to best effect to produce high yields of cherries. I wish to briefly comment on consent length, as this is a concern for growers in the area and has been raised in the evidence of the three growers. And the evidence highlights the need for longer duration water consents to enable business confidence and long-term development. And long-term certainty enables investment new systems, and increase efficiencies. I submit that longer term consents are required to provide the confidence to enable a move towards greater efficiencies in water use. And in terms of the positive aspects of horticulture, Ms. Roberts' comment that the tone of the Section 42A report in the SRMR section indicates that the use of the environment is always a negative relationship. Commissioners, I in fact consider it is incorrect to adopt this tone as the underlying approach to resource use. The RMA does not direct repudiation of resource use, nor does it imply that resource use inherently has negative environmental connotations. We come to this from a place of positivity, from a place of willingness to engage and collaborate and change, reflect and hear and move forward into the future. And I would hope that that is an approach taken by all parties to this process. In conclusion, Port NZ submits that the long-term visions need to be retained as notified and informed by community consultation. Food production values must be recognised in issue statements. Proposed provision LFW01A requires changing to recognise the wellbeing of people. Port NZ supports proposed provision LFWP7 dealing with recognition of efficient users on water allocation and specifically recognising land-based primary production. And horticultural production for domestic consumption should be recognised under Tier 2 of the Te Mana o Te Wai hierarchy. That concludes my written submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I need to ask you, how do we pronounce your name again?
Buxeda.
Buxeda.
In the native Spanish, it's slightly different, but we'll Buxeda here.
Right, thank you. So look, there may be some questions about your submission. So Commissioner Cubitt.
Thank you. I'm glad that Chair asked that because I was struggling to work that one out. So thank you, Mr. Buxted. I think you've obviously been watching some of the live stream, particularly around the Manawa issue. Manawai, sorry. Manawa. There's so many matters, I'm getting a bit confused. And we did have a bit of a discussion with them in that context of priority. We've been told by some people that we should be setting more direction on the priorities. Some saying leave it broad, let it sit the regional plan. Their suggestion, as you've highlighted as well, we have an EPS that gives it that elevation. But the reality is the importance of food production doesn't need an NPS to highlight that, does it?
It does not, Commissioner.
No.
Thank you.
It's reasonably obvious. Most NPSs, I'll be interested in your view on this, and also the specific identified areas within the freshwater NPS really relate to industries or activities that are considered essential but have problems actually developing, like your REGs, transmission line, and the pressure that may come on some of those highly valued soils around urban areas. I guess what you're saying is that doesn't necessarily elevate them to anything more important than what you guys are promoting.
Sorry, can you just reword the question part of that?
Well, I guess it was probably more of a statement, really, that those things are actually there to address problems that those particular infrastructure providers face, rather than elevating their importance, so to speak.
I would absolutely agree with that. I think it is a recognition of those challenges, and I don't think it elevates that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it kind of relates to this issue around the priorities. And you referred to the national food system operates as a whole. And there's this distinction between domestic and export. See, and again, this is probably a statement, which I'm looking for feedback from you guys. I see the food production system as a global thing. It's interconnected. And this is coming from some of your evidence that's suggesting we should be directing a bit like what we had from the viticulturalist. New Zealand sort of, well, we could produce a lot of things, but we've focused on high quality protein. So that means we probably import a lot of staples like wheat, etc., that we could grow, but we don't. So this domestic export split is rather artificial, isn't it?
In terms of the domestic export split, I agree that there is a global food system. The split was made in terms of the tier 2 versus tier 3, because it is my submission that the domestic consumption fits within the intention of tier 2, but produce for international export may not come within that requirement.
Yeah, I guess the point I was making is a lot of that food that's exported internationally enables us to import stuff that we need as a fundamental for health.
It does, but I think
I struggle to see that how you
the
can
split,
split
I think
products.
in terms of a legal framework, I think that is almost a step removed. Te Manawatu Wai looks at the water and how that interacts with what we have here, and looking at export enabling us to have economic resources to purchase other elements which are important for human health. That is correct, but I'm not entirely sure that that is what is contemplated by the freshwater concept of Te Manawatu Wai. I think Te Manawatu Wai is a more local concept. As I said, I know that it's particularly meant to be implemented locally, and I guess that from my assessment of the local elements, that split under tier 2 and tier 3 is how I best see that it interacts with the local food system. And I do understand that that doesn't necessarily answer your global food system question, but I think that's probably as far as I can go with that one.
Yeah, I guess we have had some debate as well. What does 2 actually mean, given how it's been interpreted by particularly the Section 2A authors, that it's contact immersive things. When if 1 takes care of water quality, the health of the water body, well, that takes care of 2, if it's interpreted that narrowly. You're going a bit further, like others have, so your view is that 2 isn't just contact. Health is wider than that.
I submit, yes, I submit that health is wider than just contact, and I do acknowledge that there's that contact ingestion test as to how the tier 2 has been implemented into the local region. But I do think that, I guess I did sort of 2 levels of analysis, whether horticulture for domestic consumption fits within tier 2 of Te Manawatu Wai as it's worded in the NPSFM, and then how horticulture for domestic consumption fits into Te Manawatu Wai as it's envisaged in this region. And I think that it does fall within that ingestion test in the local region as well.
Yeah, okay, understand that. In paragraph 45, when you're talking about the long-term visions, and this, I think, this is the new proposed objective, you raise a bit of concern that it's not in accordance with clause 3.3 of the NPSFM. Do you want to expand on that? Because, as I understand, visions are to be expressed as objectives in the RPS, and I did have 3.3 up, and I might have lost it now.
I have replicated 3.3 in paragraph 20 of my legal submissions.
So well, you'll see from that the way it's expressed, and there has been discussion around this as well. It's not, doesn't appear to be a mandatory way that they need to be set. They can be set at an FMU level, part of an FMU catchment level. Doesn't appear to rule out region-wide objective. Is that your concern?
That is my concern, Commissioner. I think that the concern that sits there legally with me is that it specifies that it must be an FMU, part of FMU or catchment, and I'm not comfortable with a region-wide extrapolation of that. I guess I know that we are focused for horticulture. The consultation was a positive process. There was a lot of engagement, and the work that came out of that for horticulture was seen as really positive. And not only do I have an issue with the FMU, part of FMU or catchment scale, but I also, to be perfectly frank, have a bit of an issue with consultation for purporting to be for a long-term vision, which is set under the NPSFM, and then having that reworded and taken away from those community roots. And I know that in terms of planning and drafting, that might be tidier, but I would prefer that consultation be translated as it came out of consultation.
Yes, we had quite a bit of evidence around that particular issue, that even some of those visions haven't been reflected. You used the word consultation. Do you see that as same as engagement, which is what council is required to do, is engage? They didn't use the word consult, and I'm just wondering if in your view there's a difference.
I think in this situation, I'm using it to mean the same thing. I see that engagement here has been sufficient. Legally, I believe there might be a slight difference, but that's not what I was trying to get at, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Don't think I had anything else. I'm aware of Mr. Hodgson's concerns around other uses of HPL. Not sure it's an issue we can address in an RPS, but okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One of the key bits of the MPS-FM is around Te Mano Te Wai is engaging with communities in tangata whenua, which appears to be quite challenging to some sectors as a community. Part of that is defining what the community is, and then looking at how the council, for example, is going to implement that in reality. It's easy to say, you engage with, then it comes down to, so how do you actually do that? And that's a sort of live question at the moment, a very live one. Do you have any views on that from a horticultural New Zealand perspective?
I actually suspect that from a horticultural perspective, that question might be better answered by Ms. Roberts.
Yeah, I'm going to come to her later on.
Possibly by the growers themselves, as they are the ones who are in fact being engaged with. From a legal perspective, I know that engagement is if it were easy, we would all be doing it right, really. And it is a challenge, and I think that from my discussions with growers and with hortensia, the engagement that was undertaken here has been positive. I understand that the council came willing to listen. There was discussion, there was respect, and the outcomes reflect the satisfaction of horticulture within that process. And I suspect that's probably all I can assist you with there.
Yeah. Yeah, I go back to the point you raised in 67 of the term such as. I thought that was quite an interesting observation. I hadn't really sort of considered that, but it sort of cuts to an issue that's played on my mind, and it's a play on words, I guess. It's around word usage. And whilst Te Mano Te Wai is touted as a water-centric issue, the fact that it's couched in Māori terms and it's, it kind of comes across to most people as a Māori thing. And that's where I think a lot of the tension is in defining what it is, knowing where to go, almost to the point where people are too scared to even consider it. They look, oh, that's not us, that's something else. And I wondered whether or not that kind of tension or pressure applied in the broader food producing environment that hort operates within. We had a bit of a sense of that from the viticultural people early on this morning, and they claim to be different. And they may well be, for I know, but there is still that sort of broader, I guess, philosophical challenge that I kind of personally I marvel at the I guess the haziness sometimes of the response.
I think my answer is going to be slightly philosophical as well. In terms of your comment about Te Mara Te Wai being a Maori concept and people being unwilling to engage with that, that is not the approach that I have necessarily taken. I think that it is moving into a place with resource management in New Zealand where concepts from Maori origins or from European origins all sort of merge into the documents that we need to deal with. And I think that it is, for me at least, my role as a lawyer to take those concepts and understand the genesis as best I can and then apply them as I see the legal framework permits me. And I think that is the analysis that I've done here with the such as definition. I know that I've cited the dictionary and that's a favourite stalwart of lawyers, but I think that it is important to look at this concept as it sits within the legislation and see how it applies. And I know that we are in a bit of flux with concepts coming in and concepts and how we actually deal with them and how the courts see those. And I know that there's a lot of court commentary on the placement of various, especially Maori concepts in the legal world. And I have no doubt that they will continue to change. But for me, with Te Mara Te Wai, it's a concept that I am happy to apply and interpret with input from various parties. And for Horticulture New Zealand, I suspect that my submission is that the such as does include horticulture. And while the Commissioner is correct that it is defined in a freshwater sense, I think that not only Horticulture New Zealand, I think Te Ao Māori sees everything as much more interconnected. So it would be my submission that Te Mara Te Wai is not solely picking out the thread of freshwater. It's part of how we view our interactions with natural resources.
Yeah, you put your finger on it, really. I mean, because there's a legal interpretation of it all, as opposed to, I mean, Māori looking at it would see it through a particular lens, and others, and I just wonder whether it was a particular short lens, and probably not, but it still is a challenge, very much, and particularly for the regional policy statement.
Absolutely.
Because we really haven't had to tackle that nearly to the same extent that we're required to now. And that's it. Yeah, good. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think most points have been covered, but I just did have one other point, and I don't know if you were listening in for Director General of Conservation yesterday, but
I missed that one. My apologies, I was travelling.
oh, that's fine. Murray Brass discussed with us around wetlands, and I suppose his view, and he was talking in relation to the policies that sort of, and talking about no net loss and various other things. And he put to us that natural inland wetland is in the NPSFM and in the NESF, but sitting above that, I suppose, is section 6 of the RMA and the overall definition of wetlands. And his interpretation was to give effect, I think, policy 6 of the NPSFM, which is the no further loss of extent of natural inland wetlands. Their values are protected and their restoration promoted. So he was talking about that, I suppose, and saying that clause 3.22, which of the NPSFM, which provides for I suppose some carve-outs for activities in those wetlands, that you still, I suppose you've still got the RMA requirements sitting behind it, and you've still got that policy that's talking about no net loss. And I'm just wondering, and I suppose I'm possibly just interested in where you were heading with your comments with the comments in your legal submissions around paragraphs 34 to 36. But I mean, do you have any comments on the sort of, I suppose, the higher level requirements we've got, and not just the natural and land wetlands component of wetland management?
I have to say that my attention has been sort of more to the quite narrow legal part of this. I think my submissions were made in the context that I was uneasy with the NPSIB being implemented, but the definition which was changed with consultation and government process being not included. And I think that my comments come from a wider concern where I would not like to see other national policy statements being selectively applied. So I think it was more of a, especially in terms of horticulture, it was more of a wider concern rather than specifics.
Okay, yeah. And I suppose what we were being reminded of yesterday is that there's still the, I suppose the RMA and other requirements sitting above those as well that we shouldn't forget about.
Incredibly complex.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I really only had two matters that I want to raise with you. One was that I know that you've done it to try and drag in food production values in the context of the tier 2 priority, but I don't want to be too overly technical, but we're being forced to be technical by the High Court decision, and I did struggle a bit with when I got to your paragraphs 51 and 54 because they're addressing issues that aren't strictly before us. So I didn't stop you at the time, but and I don't want to have a great discussion about it, but I just wanted to get to the record to make the point that I don't think that we are able in this process to address those particular issues in our report on this particular process. And if I was to open the door too much, everybody else would complain bitterly that we were holding into the FBI blue highlighted items in the RPS, and those don't fall within the blue. So I just do make that point. The only other matter that I want to raise with you was Alan Cubitt's already had quite a discussion with you about it. But when you got to your paragraph 69, I was really scratching my head because on the notes I made, how practical is this? No orchard is and I'm open to correction. But as I understand it, no orchard has a domestic tree or an export tree or any method of differentiating between the two in the way in which he or she irrigates them. And so really the point Alan was making was, is this just too artificial a distinction for us to get into at an RPS level?
I think it possibly is too detailed to get into at an RPS level, Commissioner. Having said that, I think what I'm seeking with these legal subs is that the importance and the placement of domestic food consumption within tier 2 be in the minds of the commissioners. And while the detail of this will need to be wrangled out in lower documents, I think that my submission is that at this stage, that is where this should be considered to sit.
I was, it's not a question for you, but all for your witnesses. I was particularly just looking, and I hope you were hearing those exchanges before about the strategic issues about water sourcing, etc. And just looking at the evidence, I may have misunderstood it, but I thought that two of you were probably okay in terms of being not facing a dramatic cut-off because you've got big water resources adjacent. But I wondered if I could ask when the last witness we had was Mr. Weaver. I wonder if you could just describe what your, in a bit more detail, the storage facilities and storage reservoirs that you described, well, your when you come to give evidence. So in particular, just those Manuhira care issues of alternative options and to what extent that's been discussed. So in your summary, when you come to that, if you could cover those, it would be helpful. Thank you. Yes, I have no further legal questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I'd like to introduce Ms. Roberts. She's our industry representative. She has a wealth of knowledge and she is willing to talk through evidence and answer questions at this time. Thank you.
Kia ora, anō, Commissioners.
Do you have a summary of Ms. Roberts?
No, I thought I would just speak to my executive summary because my, thank you, rather than something additional, and then I've just noted down some further thoughts around some of the things that had been brought up. So,
No, that's fine. Thank you.
So in my executive summary, number 1, so the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement has the opportunity to recognise and reward uses of the environment that appropriately support the community within its limits, especially those primary production uses which work within the natural environment to produce food for the population. The community, from our view, has been clear in providing direction to the recognition of food production as a value in the local FMU and Loki through an extensive community consultation process. And we believe the notified visions for the FMU and Loki should be retained. Holding Z also believes this gives Otago Regional Council the mandate to recognise and prioritise food production in those FMUs as priority users of water, providing they can demonstrate efficient use. Water quality requirements for the production and preparation of fresh produce for human consumption need to meet food safety standards, which includes ensuring water is tested for contaminants. This is no different from drinking water. Crop demand dictates the irrigation and nutrient requirements of the crop, and reduction in water access will likely have an impact on the production of a non-marketable yield. And finally, what New Zealand believes the production of fresh produce for direct human consumption meets the ingestion test similar to that of drinking water. And this is because the freshwater requirements to cultivate, grow, and pack fresh produce needs to be of a standard that is safe for human consumption. And this particularly applies to produce grown for domestic consumption. And this is something that's embedded within our industry assurance programs that give our growers of vegetables and fruits access to markets. And that's something that's an important fundamental in those. And just with some of the discussions around, especially Te Mana o Tawai, I just want to acknowledge Commissioner Cubitt's comments around the interconnectedness of the global food network. And we see, say, for example, vegetable rotations, there is a need to ensure that you have onions, which are an export crop, in your rotations to maintain soil health. So these things are quite complicated and they are part of it, but there is method to the madness of why these things are appropriate and need to be included. But I was thinking around the concept of manaaki in particular, especially in the Otago context. And I often do think that when trying to define concepts, there's a little bit of ethnocentricity that goes on for the person who's doing the interpretation, whether it be the user of that or the person who's writing the definition. Sometimes they lose the richness and complexity of some of these concepts because they can be quite fluid, they can be changeable depending on what's going around, but the concepts themselves are quite broad. So manaaki for me, the bigger picture is about balance. It's about the relationship between respect and reliance. So there is always, to me, a yin and yang in a lot of these concepts. That relationship between respect and reliance in this context is the environment and the choices that we make. And then hopefully that environment can sustain us because we've made good choices. And if we don't, it cannot sustain us. So there's an inherent responsibility. And for me, that is fundamental to manaaki in this context. And if I want to give a couple of examples, Otago for fresh vegetables relies on the manaaki from other regions in New Zealand to sustain its population. You do not produce enough vegetables within the Otago region, so you rely on the decisions and the communities and their ability to manaaki this region, and that's to sustain the population. And then that respect flows back the other way. There'll be other aspects of things that Otago does and produces that manaaki then is returned back to other areas of the country. In areas where horticulture is present at scale in the Otago region, water quality is generally quite good. So that speaks to me that that's an appropriate use in there in terms of water quality. However, water availability can be more of an issue. So for me, the concept of Manaaki, the risk there is not respecting the fact that there isn't adequate water. So a respectful approach would be to enable highly efficient uses of water like that. And unlike, I also detest the term picking winners. I kind of like to think of it as picking goals, because irrespective of the industry, you can have some operators, even if it's a less efficient industry on the outside, you can have some users that will put investment into ensuring they are as efficient as they can be in their particular industry. And that's, for me, within this concept of Manaaki and looking at how you would allocate water in areas where we have horticulture, where there's that competition there, it would be signalling that efficiency is really important, because and that's being respectful of what the pressure is in that particular area. And I think that is, I did have a comment here in 71, 72 of my evidence, really speaking to the relationship between the environment and its role to appropriately support and sustain our community. That's just to reiterate some of the points that Ms. Laxida made earlier as well. But I'm quite happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Commissioner Cubitt.
Thanks again, Ms. Roberts. I always find your evidence very interesting and helpful. Just in relation to that last comment around the Manaaki and the Tato needs to source vegetables from outside the region. Now, I did make a comment at your page 87 when you talked about that. Here I'm specifically thinking about out here on the Tairi plain. You mentioned urban development is encroaching and uncertainty around regulation. Is that the actual situation here, or is it driven by, it's a become a nasty word, but supermarkets and how they go about things?
These things have a singular cause, they're very complicated, but what I can say is late last year, after coming down to Otago, I was so excited. I had, in my previous life as a grower, interacted a lot with some of the very well-known Chinese market gardening community. It's a very rich part of the cultural fabric of Otago, and was devastated to see it's not there. It's gone. So we've done an informal survey of all of the growers we had on our database, and there has certainly been a large decline. And when I asked about the decline, succession planning came in, but in the context of the regulatory uncertainty and the difficulties that would place on the ability to stay marketable and viable. And so at that point, while it was accelerated through the time of COVID, it was on a decline. But the big thing that they speak to is that uncertainty. And that to me speaks volumes when you have an area that has capability of uniquely producing some vegetables as well as fruits, that the only reason or not the only reason, but the main reason speaking to that decline is concern for viability because of our social constructs of these rules that we're creating that they have to operate within. So it also probably indicates the fragility of horticulture as well, and the need for some consistency or some ability to have some confidence about what happens going into the future.
Yeah, well, that's what you explained there. I've experienced that with some of the growers in Oregon. Yeah, it was just getting too hard all around, really. And it's like bizarre how we get our veggies from Canterbury when we can actually produce them right here. Not all year round, but we kind of thought, I think it might have been the 2007 sort of recession that might have prompted a bit more local sourcing of these things, but it did flow into a bit here in terms of farmers markets. And that, I think that's the only thing that keeps some of them on the Tairi going, really.
And generally, a commercial operator, they may have a presence at a farmers market, but that would not be a market sufficient to keep somebody basically going. The other issue is, of course, if we didn't have the Manaaki coming from those other regions, the other option is importation, which is basically exporting an environmental problem, because things are not grown to the same standards as they are here, even in our neighbouring countries we would be most likely to import from. But the cost of that and the quality of what's received is also not to the same standard as what we would be used to.
Yeah, and that's a very good point you raised. And right now, in context of that international food system, what's coming down on top of ag producers is like we're actually, in a world context, given the global issue with climate change, our producers are actually right up.
Especially when environmentally we produce quite respectfully, but also we have the capability going forward with climate change to continue production. It seems a concern that would bottom out because of things like rules or pressures or uncertainty caused by ongoing processes.
And we're hearing that a lot, actually. Were you involved in the consultation or the engagement around some of the visions workshops?
We helped bring awareness of those consultations that Otago Regional Council had to our growing communities, but we also know through feedback and talking to our growers who are here as well, that there was quite a lot of active participation. It was seen as something that was really important to our horticultural community, to make sure that they went along an opportunity to be able to express what was going to be really important for them moving forward in the future.
Yeah, I think because we've heard about some issues mainly from the pastoral sectors who maybe didn't have an organisation like you guys sort of driving that. I was interested in your comments around the Dunedin Coast FMU not being identified as a food producing area, and sure, yeah, the Toyota Plains not in there. It's obviously the other FMU. But there's a huge part of that, the bulk of that is in around Milton in the Tokamarira, that all they do there is produce food. So why was it not identified?
It could be that perhaps there wasn't representation, they didn't participate in those processes, or perhaps often numbers rule public consultation, so it may be that other sectors were a lot more prominent and loud in their voice. And public consultation is quite an art form, and it's really difficult to get right. You're having to balance a lot of things, but one of the key things is people having an expectation of what they're feeding into and at what level they are sort of in control of an outcome. And that's why we speak really strongly that like people participated knowing that they were informing their local vision for their FMU or their rohe, and that was the expectation given at the time. So we think it's really important that that expectation is maintained, because that's the basis that they engaged in the consultation.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think people just didn't bother turning up on that one, because I know that area, and that is pretty much just farming now and quite a bit of forestry. So it's all
Could have also been a really busy time for them. You never know.
yeah. So in terms of that particular area, catchment, horticultural, I know some of the Tokamarira that produces potatoes and things like that. Has that dropped away quite a bit from your experience?
Potatoes work really strongly. That they're a lot more dynamic than, say, orcharding and vegetable production is. So they work in a rotation system, which might incorporate other sort of things in there. So it could be other types of crops. It could be incorporating livestock. So they're actually quite complicated systems there. So that might reflect that perhaps their primary purpose that they see their function is that potatoes are only one part of what they do. From my knowledge, that hasn't changed, that particular side of vegetable production, but what has changed is definitely on the outskirts of Dunedin, Mosgiel, Tairi, Stirling. A lot of that has completely gone or reduced to a very, very small level.
Yeah, of course, that's in the Toyota FMU, not the Dunedin and Coast one. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for that.
I'm interested in the sort of nature and the extent of interaction with Kaikahu on the sorts of things that Hort has been through. I mean, you allude to that in paragraph 7 Because when you just say you've had regular meetings with growers, planners and other advisors, I'm not clear though the extent to which kaitahu and the nature of the engagement has panned out. Has there been something that you've been involved with personally?
Yeah, so that's something that we have reached out a few times and will continue to keep reaching out, including inviting kaitahu to our grower meetings as well. In other areas, we have had more to do with kaitahu because there is a lot more horticulture that they're either involved in or have interest in. Down this end, I think there's less involvement in horticulture from mana whenua at a commercial scale, but in saying that, in other areas we have more interactions with kaitahu, like for example in Canterbury.
And are there any particular issues that they focus on or they highlight?
It's different in different areas. Yeah, and it depends on which runanga you're dealing with, what their viewpoints are and what pressures and concerns they're concerned about.
Yeah. And the only other comment I had, and I picked this up from reading your evidence anyway, the stuff around manakitanga. And then develop entirely. And it's one of those things where people maybe do or don't understand underpins te mana o te wai, because that's what te mana o te wai is. It's that, and as you quite rightly point out, the challenge I suppose is for the system, which includes you and me and anyone else, getting that message across in a more succinct and understood way. Because it's it's kind of like the argument around Modi. Is the Modi already there, or is your job to actually instill it and do something about it? And I think it's just, is that what your experience has been?
Yeah, I often think that in a lot of our concepts in Te Ao Māori are a little bit more abstract and less black and white. And in processes like these are quite official, and there's always a need for black and white to help with ease of decision making or interpretation further on. But sometimes the best way to understand it is live or experience it, so that way you kind of understand the broader concept that goes behind manaaki. And so, like a personal example I can think of is manaaki at the marae. When you're looking after your visitors, that's actually your responsibility, and that's on you, and they're reliant on you to make sure that they're culturally safe, they're looked after. There's a lot of responsibility that goes with that, and then that pride and that you've done that very well, and then hopefully then that is reciprocated if you have done that well when you go to visit somebody else on their home turf. And yeah, so sometimes with these things they're a bit, that's why I say the richness and complexity often gets lost when you try to distill it down to a few words like care or respect. It kind of misses out the yin and yang part, the balance that comes with that care and respect is the care and respect that comes the other way. And that's why I also think that framing needs to be around, like, I think the reason why there's a focus on needing to put forward something like Te Mana o te Wai is because use is looked at in one way, and we do need to balance that with our care, but we don't balance our care with not being able to use that environment to be able to sustain our health. So yeah, that's where I come from with that.
Yeah, I go back to my own experience as a youngster, and public service. I turned up at a marae one time, and the elders got up and said, "The first thing you do, mister, is get rid of your serious hat." And there is a sort of thing around that, the serious hat. We all kind of like to be a bit more relaxed sometimes when we're talking about these things, and we often miss the point by trying to be too serious about it. And I think there are lessons to be learned from that. And my questions have been to other people: how do you get the messages across? And they're not that hard, really, quite frankly. But if you just take it serious at all, you're halfway there.
Or in that context, I also think of like your role when you're welcoming visitors on. There's certain people that are really good at that first initial like kanohi ki te kanohi, and then there's like the ringawera that where I'm from. The aunties are like, have you counted the tea towels? Is everything out? Is everything ready? That's not seen or known, but it's an important part, and it's just as important to ensure that you're prepared to make sure that everything's easy for those visitors, as well as being out there front face and doing the physical welcoming. It's all those other things that happen around to envelope that balance and support that the whole experience is nice and smooth for your visitor.
I could carry on this conversation, but I think the point's been well made. Thank you very much.
You have to make sure the honey is cooked, though.
Yes.
It's an in-house joke, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, nothing additional from me, Ms. Roberts, but yeah, thank you for the, but yeah, for the clear and very useful evidence.
Thanks for indulging me.
Yeah, the only observations I wanted to make were that as you were describing the concept of monarchy, made me look at something that's actually often overlooked, which are the 6 principles of this Te Mana o Te Wai in the RPS, and the third one of which is under the heading Manaakitanga, and it's the process by which tangata whenua show respect, generosity and care for fresh water, and then it says and for others, which is really the concept that you were expressing to us. And those principles are supposed to inform the implementation of the NPS. So it was certainly refreshing to hear you say that, and to hear your council say that you aren't here trying to say others shouldn't get water, and emphasising that other users can have their own efficiencies and their own uses. So thank you for the way in which you expressed all of that. You should look at politics. Very good way of expressing yourself.
No, I like being a side chick commentator, so thank you.
So you've got a hard act to follow.
I think you might be looking at Mr. Ford, our economist, who's coming in.
Right.
Sorry to steal his under there.
Okay. Mr. Ford.
Hold on 1 second.
Mr. Ford, is it?
Just waiting for him to turn his video on. He is in the meeting.
He's here.
Yep.
We just can't see it.
Mr. Ford, could you please turn your video camera on?
There we are. Good morning, Mr. Ford.
Kia ora.
Does Mr. Ford have a summary of evidence, or what we are intending in that regard?
My apologies, I don't have the summary of evidence put forward. But I understood he was going to speak to his evidence and answer questions from the commissioners.
Right. So are the particular, we read your evidence, Mr. Ford, are there particular matters that you wanted to draw attention to before we move to any questions from the panel?
No, not really. I was just going to summarise my position in reference to my conclusions and recommendations in my evidence in chief, and that's basically that at paragraph 71, the horticulture sector is a significant contributor to the Otago economy, and this position is completely predicated on the supply of reliable irrigation water. So therefore, it's my opinion that the status of the horticulture sector in the Otago region should be recognised by the inclusion of food production in the vision statement. Then I move on to the issue of LUC 4 and 5 soils. And that they are ideal to grow the range of crops across the fruit and summer fruit in a very efficient manner and are highly productive soil within the production context of paragraph 75, I'm of the opinion that essential human health needs such as vegetables and fruit for domestic supply be recognised within the second priority obligation of the Te Mana OTY, and that to enable that recognition that the provision of secure and stable access to fresh water within environmental limits is also an important enabler of that principle. And then in terms of water efficiency allocation, it's my opinion that in order to move into a more efficient allocation system, the Otago region needs to adopt some measures of technical use to guide its reallocation of water in order to achieve the desired outcome of maximising societal welfare. So those are just my 3 points of my conclusions, and I would welcome questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. We'll start those questions with Commissioner Cubitt.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Ford. I don't have a lot of questions for you because you appeared in the non-freshwater stuff, but I guess just in that last comment, you've probably been listening in around the picking winners sort of issue. You're not saying, though, are you, that there's other things that we have to consider as a society, just not just what dollar is returned per use of water per hectare.
Yes, I agree with that to an extent, but I think the way of measuring efficiency of use, the prime economic measure is economic output per unit of water used. So I would maintain that using some of those measures of economic efficiency of water use should guide the decisions very strongly in terms of allocation.
We took that to its extreme. In Central Otago, we'd merely be drinking wine and not eating anything. Well, I'm not sure that would work. Oh, and eating cherries, but some just need meat.
A new vision.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we've got to look at.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Oh no, sorry. Is it just we're obligated to look at the needs of everyone in the community, and it is. Well, I understand what you're saying. It is quite a narrow approach when we consider what the visions are for various communities, and we look at what has to happen in the next phase in the NOF process. Applying that sort of narrow approach to it could create some significant issues, I would have thought.
Discuss that with Mr. Weaver, but particularly in the Manuherikia where water is constrained, I think you're forced to make those decisions.
Yeah, I think you're probably right in certain catchments, but applying that approach across the board is probably, maybe a step too far.
Yes, but so I think maybe adopting an approach of encouraging efficiency of use and allocation would be probably as far as you could go.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you for that.
Commissioner Kirikiri.
You still think about the rain.
I just want to go to one statement in your evidence, and it's paragraph 55. We say, I do not believe it's appropriate to give horticultural sector a priority right, but rather to adopt an allocation system which is based on the principle of economic efficiency. Can you just explain to me what that sentence is actually saying?
Okay, it's my interpretation that a priority right gives someone the first choice. It gives them the priority of using that water. I'm not saying that horticulture deserves to be elevated to that status, but that should compete for water amongst all users on an economic efficiency scale.
Right. And then having said that, how do you then fit that into Te Mana o Te Wai? Is there a way that slots in comfortably in that hierarchy and the balancing, I guess, the tiers as well, of the hierarchy? I don't know whether
I'm
you can mind to it, but
I'm not aware of Te Mana o Te Wai sufficiently to have thought about that concept of where this would fit in. I'm sorry.
all right, no, that's fine. It's probably an unfair question, but for all these bits they need to kind of fit together. No, it's really challenging to have a statement made over here that's separate from something over here if you're looking at a sort of more holistic, I guess, accumulation of stuff that Te Mana o Te Wai sort of alludes to. At least it's part of it. That's okay.
Just on that point, I think that's why we've got new commissioners there.
Let's go to the hospital.
Yeah. I was here for a free lunch. Hang on. I know you already answered. Yeah, good. Thank you. That's not. Thanks very much.
And Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ford. Commissioner Cubitt covered off the main question I had, but I just had two minor points. You've referred to Appendix 1 and Appendix 2, but they're not attached, and I do recall reading those from your non-freshwater evidence. I presume you're happy for those to be adopted from there?
Yes, if you could, please. They are exactly the same as the ones I gave in the non-freshwater section.
Okay. Assume that would be the case. Also, I was just wondering if you could distinguish what the differences between cherry UFO and cherry traditional in your table 3.
Okay.
I wonder if I was being a bit ignorant. What's the difference between cherry UFO and cherry traditional in terms of the
maybe something you should also ask Mr. Weaver about, but the cherry UFO is a very intensive system whereby they train the cherries to grow a lot of leaders that are easily accessible. So that it produces volume of cherries per area. The traditional system is having a cherry spaced out, planted, and grown according to that system.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And yeah, thanks for your evidence.
Mr. Cubitt and the Anchor Sullivan have asked the questions that I had question marks by. So I have no further questions, and thank you once again for your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Now turn to Mr. Hodgson.
Co-commissioners. Yeah, certainly a difficult task following on from the eloquency of the two ladies beside me in their submissions, but I'll do my best. Yes, I've obviously submitted a summary statement of my evidence, which was previously provided, and I'm obviously not intending to read that. And rather than highlight the key points from there, I guess there's a couple of matters that have come up in the questioning so far that I could go straight to that might assist in the discussions that we have. But Commissioner Cubitt raised the question about the Dunedin FEU and why food production values have not been recognised there in the vision statements. I'm not sure of the reasoning behind it. I wasn't involved in the engagement and consultation process, but for me, that's why I like the suggested new objective LFW01A and 7, because it is an all-encompassing objective, region-wide objective, and it's actually referenced in all of the FMU's vision statements in terms of the recommendations from the Section 42A report writer. So you get that inherent linkage between the vision and that new objective, and that to me then ensures that food production in terms of its value and its relationship with freshwater is picked up across all of the FMUs where it may be appropriate. And of course, we're in changing times, certainly changing climatic times, changing market, changing consumer wants and needs. So it might be that commercial vegetable production or fruit production returns to the Dunedin FMU at a point in time. So that objective provides for that future decision making around allocation and limit setting. And that's a nice way of sort of picking up on that particular matter. And through my summary statement and my evidence in chief, I obviously supported Section 42A report writers' findings and recommendations, and in particular supported the new allocation policy, P7A. And we've already covered off this morning the issue of land-based primary production, how it sits within that policy. Again, Mr. Cubitt raised that issue that we'd picked up on my comment, actually, my evidence in regards to there's some decisions to be made in the future in regards to limit setting and allocation for those activities that are not land-based primary production, that aren't soil reliant. The MPS for highly productive land has posed some challenges there, and we think about the greenhouse system, for example, which is largely located on productive land. It's been directed via the policy statement to find alternative areas, and councils need to now turn their mind to that. But those decisions around allocation and limit setting are for the land and water plan. So that's when we'll get into those quite heavy debates around, obviously, what activities get bought, and particularly at a catchment level. Commissioner Crosby raised the question about how the decision making might look in terms of domestic versus export crops, in terms of those, I guess, a consenting framework and limits. We see that now in some regional plans. I think of the Canterbury Regional Plan, for example, that recently went through what was known as Plan Change 7, which set up a framework up for commercial vegetable production and a particular nutrient management pathway in their freshwater package, needed because commercial vegetable production didn't sit very well in the nutrient management framework that the regional plan has set for more broadly for all other primary production activities. So there's a need for a bespoke pathway, and that pathway supported by policies that recognises that commercial production activity in terms of its relationship with domestic food supply. So Canterbury's been through that exercise. In other regions, we've got crop survival water or rootstock survival water, not always sort of nuanced in terms of its allocation then to a domestic or an export crop, but recognition, that there is there's a need there for some particular crops. And indeed in the Tasman, a regional policy rule that provides an allocation to greenhouses. And from memory, that was a process I went through with Mr. Ford some years ago, but from memory, that rule was embedded into the regional plan on account of the domestic food supply relationship of those greenhouses and the crops that they produce. And with that, I think that's probably, I'm happy to move to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson.
Yeah, thanks, Tosh. Your comments around the new O1A, just trying to reconcile the view of Ms. Tuxedo and yourself, because you are, I think, in your chief, probably more aligned with Ms. Tuxedo that, well, this is not really a vision, although visions are meant to be stated as objectives. how do we overcome it? It's semantics really, isn't it? How do we actually overcome that? Because I can pretty much guarantee whatever we do, he's going to be challenged.
Commissioner, to me, they have to be read together. The visions and the objectives are all pointing to the, to a particular set of outcomes that are consistent. With the recommendation of the planner that each of those visions actually refers to those matters that are in the objective, we're not losing anything. They're talking to each other.
Yeah, and you mentioned again, it is a slight loss of nuance because some of these catchments are, well, they're completely different. Potatoes, very diverse. And I would have expected to see the visions reflect that, but they don't really. This is one of my kind of concerns. But for the community to say what they are. Some have raised concern, and I think Mr. Roberts has raised that as well, that they haven't come through the way that, and it's probably to make it, put them into planning speak, but they're kind of a weird thing, these visions, because they shouldn't really be planning speak. They're community speak. Planners and lawyers being what they are, like to turn them into things that, as well as you said, black and white things that we can. And we had Mr. Brash yesterday say, well, one of his bugbears of things being, same thing being addressed, but slightly differently. I think that's what's need to happen in these visions, isn't it?
I'd agree. Yes, absolutely. I think the wording's really difficult to get in a vision statement, but words mean words in terms of the resource management process, and that's the challenge. That's the difficulty in getting it right. But
Yeah. And the other issue you raised, which you've raised recently in another hearing around how do we deal with those activities that have to be in rural areas. And I think we've discussed this in terms of Waimak, which is pretty much all HPL. In this area, Cluth is probably pretty much all HPL. It may not be an issue there, but how do we deal with those things? And is there a way, is there a direction the RPS can provide that doesn't step on the toes of the HPL MPS? Have you given any thought to drafting around that? Or is this too high level to be worried about that?
I don't think it is. It's tricky, another tricky issue, but and the issue for Otago is that the default definition for highly productive land in the MPS HPL, which is LUC 1, 2, or 3, is not wholly applicable to the production activities and where they're located. A lot of them are on the class 4, even class 5, particularly the fruit crops. So there's some difficulties there, but we've been through the non-freshwater RPS process, and we've presented evidence and discussed the issue there. And the Section 42A report writers have helpfully crafted a provision there that enables us to assess, those other land units and their attributes really relative to primary production. So we've got a mechanism there potentially in the non-freshwater part that enables us to look at those areas and those issues. Drawing across into the freshwater component.
Sorry, I just realised I'd stepped into the other one.
Land-based primary production in terms of the proposal here and introducing that into the objective, the new objective, I think into the new policy, the allocation policy, I think is right. It's a limit effectively because it has a definition. It's about soil reliant activities. There will be some difficult discussions and evidence that will have to be put together around those other activities that aren't soil reliant but are still primary production and part of the food production system, how they fit.
So thank you for that. I don't have any further questions. Your evidence is very clear and helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
First thing that caught my eye in your presentation was the fact that you come from Waiuku.
I do.
So I went to school just up the road from Waiuku.
Did you?
Yeah. But having observed that, I mean, Waiku's just down the road from Pukekohe, right? Market gardening and all that sort of stuff. Are there sort of, I know we're talking here essentially about Central Otago, but are there parallels to be drawn, you know, between, say, a Pukekohe market gardening environment in here and in Otago?
Yes, myself, lived and worked in Waiku all my life, so I've had that relationship with the growing community, but I also had my planning training as a planner with Franklin District Council, which was a council that, as a district council, was really at that sort of the coalface of these issues around urban expansion and loss of highly productive land. We didn't really think a lot about freshwater issues in that environment. I mean, I was a district planner, I suppose, rather than think about things in a regional plan context. So we didn't really have a lot of discussion around, so, you know, where are the issues here in terms of water allocation? Where are the issues around nutrient management and contamination? And it's been in the last 10 years that I think these issues have bubbled up, for lack of a better term, and we're now, we're having these conversations and we're thinking about this in an integrated way. You know, it's about the accessibility of the highly productive land resource. It's about the pressure that's on it from other activities, urban growth, from countryside living activity. But we're more fully recognising the value of that land in terms of its food production output, domestic supply, obviously, but also our export as well. And we are now thinking about the freshwater related issues as well. You know, are those activities provisioned with enough water now? How might that look in the future? What are other options around efficiency and storage and other sources? But nutrient management, you know, that's the big one. Yeah, that's really come to a head. And the national policy statements provided some particular direction for Pukekohe and the Horowhenua as well, setting aside those specified vegetable growing areas. That's recognising that tension. That's not an out for those production activities in terms of you know, the limit setting and allocation and better practice for them into the future. But it is, as I say, sort of recognising that tension and that issue and demanding of the community and mana whenua and the council to try and come up with some answers. Really challenging.
And have you been able to turn your mind to Manawa Te Wai and what all that means?
I have. To me, I mean, the thing I suppose is that everyone's interpretations are different. As I understand it, it's something to be expressed locally, to be determined locally, and it may well be it's different in different regions. And there's this discussion around domestic versus exports, food production and supply. Where does that sit in the hierarchy? May well be different in different regions. I expect it will be. Some regions will have different value setting and it will sit where it sits. And again, I wasn't part of the engagement with the communication consultation package here, but I've obviously read the evidence and the positions of mana whenua and planners around this, but I don't know. I don't know if we'll all align on it. We'll all have a view.
Good. Thanks very much. That's all I have. Cheers.
No, nothing extra from me. Thank you.
Thank you for that oral summary you gave, where you mentioned some of those bespoke pathways in different areas for things like crop survival provisions for rootstock, and survival purposes, greenhouses you mentioned. It really brought back to mind, and others here heard me talk about earlier hearings up in Marlborough where we had a particular drought. We were facing a situation where we had people coming along literally saying, if you apply that limit to me, I'm going to lose, next week I will lose $7 million worth of rootstock. Another one comes along with the hydroponic facility growing lettuce, says I'm going to lose 2 million, whatever it might be. So those situations become pretty dramatic. And fortuitously, what happened up there in 2 river systems, one where there was no aquifer, the Awatiri, and one where there was a major aquifer in the Wairau. Two different really solutions over time. And in the Awatiri, huge development of major storage. And I remember one young vegetable grower / vineyard grower coming along and saying that he had about 300 odd hectares, and he thought about the terrible loss of production he was going to suffer from having a major storage facility. But once he put it in, he realised that his 7 hectares or whatever that had come out of production and went into storage was actually his most valuable piece of land. And then in the Wairau aquifer, there was a major council generated facility. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about, because there we clearly got to the situation where everybody was fighting over that ability. We're more important than you, we can make more money per hectare than you, etc. And where do you draw the line? Because the hydroponics get it all, you know, and so it's a very negative, litigious process. And the option that was taken there was extraordinary, because it was council leadership that led to the outcome of them coming up with and leading a scheme, rather than the industries just could not work closely enough to each other. They're too busy fighting over the priority issue. Council gave the leadership, put in place a rateable scheme so that the whole capital and servicing cost became deductible to the viticulturists, farmers, the orchardists, etc. And the council put in place a rewatering scheme for the whole water course. There was a pump supply from a river that came into that to resupply the aquifer. In a planning sense, have you encountered that in other areas where the councils, the regional councils, have taken the leadership and have put in place those sort of rateable schemes to deal with mana herekea type situation? And if so, have you seen in any RPS any direction given in an objective sense and a policy sense as to trying to put pressure on the council to show leadership to do that?
Great question. Not from an objective or policy sense. not from an objective policy, not directly in terms of that method in an objective policy sense. I mean, we certainly see, you know, direction around looking for alternative sources and encouraging water storage. Those are things we can do through objectives and policies, and we do see those in plans. But the greenhouse survival water aspect I was involved in Tasman was part of the Waimea Dam plan change process that was enabling that, which was one of those schemes that council and community got together on to try and find a solution, albeit we know there was a number of tensions around that and very expensive process and scheme, obviously.
Yeah, it ended up being very expensive. But
Yeah.
that would have been presumably a rateable scheme being
It's
led
my
by the
understanding, yes, yeah. There are other non-rateable investigations that I know are going on. Gisborne with the Managed Aquifer Recharge Project, which is a project that the council and the community are together on, testing the ability of the aquifer to recharge and to use that as an alternative source for the future. And Managed Aquifer Recharge projects in Canterbury as well. But yeah, short answer, no, I can't point to any specific objectives and policies at an RPS level that might be very directive around that particular method.
It was referenced by Mr. Johnson and his evidence, trying to find it from the previous submitters to the Marlborough plan, and the Marlborough plan provisions followed that, so they didn't actually lead to it, but they and they provided an issue of allocating more water than is actually required for the use creates potential for inefficient use of water that can compromise sustainability of the resource, prevent other users, accessing water, so that was the issue.
Mm.
The objective was to achieve efficient water use for any given activity. And then there were a number of policies, but one of those, which I was rather hoping was there, and I just can't see on the face of it, and I haven't gone back to the Marble plan to find it, but was, I thought, encouraging storage. And I wondered whether you had given thought to trying to start acceptable policies along those lines of picking up what Mr. Ford has said, i.e., not necessarily giving a priority to efficiency, but that it is a major issue to be taken into account in allocation, and emphasising or encouraging storage. And is that something that, because it seems to fit with the picture of the evidence that you've given and Mr. Ford has given and that we've heard from Ford NZ, it just seems to fit the approach that you're taking. Is it something that you, am I pushing it too far with Ford NZ to ask for that to be thought about?
I don't think so, Commissioner. I'd have to go back and check our scope of submissions. My experience with Hort NZ in other regions has definitely been strong support for water storage and other methods. So, yeah, I'd expect the scope is there. I would need to check.
There's a bit of a problem with time because quite obviously the council's section 42A report writer and Mr. Anderson as counsel for the council would want to be able to have any comment on that, and they're working on that for next week because they will be presenting to us in closing on Monday the 18th. But if a relatively focused objective policy was able to be put together by you, Scott, along those lines by, say, next Wednesday. Too much to ask you?
No problem.
Good answer.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, we'll give you a lot of time.
No, that's all right. Might be helpful to just draw attention to clause 3.28 in the NPS FM, just because it does touch on, well, it does more than touch on allocation and efficiency. Not to make any submission on it right now, just to draw attention if you're working on an objective that's directed towards that topic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to break for lunch. John, sorry, you'll have to come back after lunch, and so we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Welcome back. Had a nice lunch break. We are ready to go. We have 3 growers here. I'm not entirely sure who wishes to go first. Mr. Webb.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb. So you wanted to provide a summary of high points at all or not?
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah,
Okay,
take it as read.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, there was a summary there. How about you take us, read us through that and then
Okay. So Simon Webb is a 4th generation fruit grower in the Cromwell Basin. We own and lease 60 hectares of land planted in 50 hectares of fruit trees, and all of our fruit is sold domestically in New Zealand. During the last 6 years, we've developed 28 hectares of undeveloped land into a productive orchard. We've recently become concerned with our access to water and irrigation, and that's partly due to the issuing of a 6-year consent and the costs of getting the consent. It provides many uncertainties to our business, including investing in effective use of it with infrastructure, and capital expenditure with banking commitments and the like. 6 years also doesn't give enough time to bring your crop into full production, and the effort and the money to put the consent together, it's quite time consuming and strain on your limited resources as a small company. As a Webb's Fruit, we've participated in the local community consultation process run by the ORC, and we believe that fruit production and food security should be recognised in the proposed regional policy statement. And we encourage a pragmatic approach, as I'm keen to see food production recognised in the local freshwater management units. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Alan?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Webb. I didn't have too many questions. I was kind of interested in your participation in that consultation process and how that operated for you, because we have heard from some others that it wasn't ideal, that they didn't really get options to put down what their vision was. It was a bit of a tick box scenario. So how did it work for you guys?
So my wife went along because I was preoccupied, and she found it informative, and she thought that they were listened to as a group. Horticulture New Zealand, yeah.
And what you folk presented has come through in the visions?
Yes, mostly, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you're in the Dunstan Rohi. What's the allocation? Any particular allocation issues in that catchment?
That's probably the limited time frame of the allocations is the issue, rather than the amount we're allocated.
Yeah, I kind of picked that up from you. It's that short-term frame term for your consents. It's the main concern for you guys, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You think about succession and investment. It's pretty hard to focus on that when you've only got a six-year term.
Yeah. I think there was a reaction to the deemed permits. Were you originally part of a deemed permit set up? Are you still with deemed permit?
No deemed permits anymore, but yeah, we were a part of the original setup, even though we're out of Lake Dunstan.
Yeah, so you've rolled yours over into that short term. Well,
we had to apply for a consent and go through all the processes. It definitely wasn't a rollover.
No. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Looking at your evidence in chief and the mix of fruit that you grow, you've got apples, nectarines, apricots, peaches. Is that sort of general for the area? I mean, or is your farm different from any others locally?
Yeah, our farm's probably quite different because we're focused on the domestic market. And I would have said the majority of farms are focused more on the export market. So with cherries and apples, in the area are probably more focused on export, with domestic being maybe a bit more of a byproduct. So we're fully focused on the domestic product and supplying the supermarkets in our own shops.
Yeah. And then you mentioned that since the 1950s, you've had backup water supply from Lake Dunstan.
Well, it was originally the Clutha River.
All right.
So we had a deemed permit. We used to, in the 50s, we applied for a deemed permit out of the Clutha River. But before that, and up until about 2014, we also had mountain water from the Parkburn stream. So that was a deemed permit on our old mining water race. But it was probably very inefficient use of water. And, because it went around 25 kilometres of channel to get to home. So a lot was lost through seepage and evaporation. So with the renewal of water rights, it was much easier for the local farmers to renew theirs. So if we forgave that, and it's just started using the water out of the Clutha or Lake Dunstan.
And the 2.5, what you refer to as undeveloped land that you've got.
Yes.
At the moment, that's still just sitting there undeveloped, or?
We've got plans to develop it. I'm planting trees on some of that tomorrow.
All right.
We've been a bit shortchanged on trees, so we'll still have a hectare of that undeveloped by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah. I guess one of the key things I took out of your evidence is that it was the uncertainty over water access seems to pervade everything that you talk about. Is that kind of the key?
Well, yeah, I mean, as a business, you've got to take a very strategic approach. And, one of our business weaknesses is continual access to quality water. We've got a 6-year permit there that is a very big weakness in our business. We're going to have to go through the process and apply for it again. I'm hoping that we'll get it, and I'm sure we'll comply with all the regulations. You've got to comply with compliance, but there's never any guarantees, is there?
Costly process as well, isn't it?
There is and it's not just a monetary cost.
No.
It takes a lot of your resources that you could be putting into something productive. You could be benefiting your business, your community with those resources, and you're putting it into something that you're having to do time and time again. I know it is still productive and you've got to do it, but to be doing it regularly, I would have thought is very unproductive use of your human resources.
Good, thanks very much for that. Cheers.
Yeah, no, the questions I had in your evidence have been covered off, but no, thanks. It was informative.
Have you got frontage direct onto Lake Dunstan, or have you got an easement to get your supply?
Yes, we've got easements in 417.
Right. So how far away are you from the actual lake itself?
So we've got 5 kilometres of race.
5 kilometres.
Yes, so we've got to pump it up an elevation of about 70 metres.
Right.
And then the race travels around to our place. So we're just using the last portion of the old gold miners race.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so that's what my grandparents did in the 50s to, I suppose, to take the risk out of drought.
Right. So that old race that you were talking about with, from the Parkburn, Lowburn Street to the Westmoreland race, is that still operating?
No, it's abandoned now.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is it's quite historical. It's the second longest race around. So.
And what attitude does Contact adopt in terms of the general takes from Dunstan?
They're okay, but they're in our new consent. If the lake or the river flow goes below a minimum level now, where we have restrictions put on us, which we've never had in the past. So there is a chance that if the river fell to a minimum level, we could lose our crop.
Has it ever got down close to that, or?
I couldn't tell you that, to be honest.
Right,
It's, no, I couldn't tell you.
right. And you don't know whether that's something they're able to control by releases from Hawea at all?
Yes, so they can mitigate it to a certain extent from hardware, yes, most definitely.
Right.
But I presume if we had a low snow year or in a very hot summer, we could have implications there for our business and many of the other orchards in the area.
Right.
But most of them are on a, if they were consented before the Dean permit issue came up, those restrictions aren't in place. So it's only on the new permits that we have the flow restrictions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Webb. So I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Just to clarify though, that restriction is probably not from contact, or were they involved in your permit process?
They were.
Imposed limitation.
You said that would be true. It wasn't contact in particular. We had to communicate with contact about it, but it was an ORC imposed one, yes.
But presumably that's been part of the whole Clutha management system, with contact having an input into whatever ORC's fixed as the low level.
I presume so. Yeah, I'm not certain on that.
They didn't have an involvement at your hearing.
Contact? No, they submitted a report to say that they're happy for us to take it, but there was, I'm sure in their report that there were limits on the flow that they wanted to see go through, which I presume was for their hydro generation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webb. Mr. Rob.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I was addressing you as Mr. Rob. Thank you.
Good evening, afternoon. My name is Chris Robb. I'm a manager at Clyde Orchards in Central Otago and also chairman of the Central Otago Fruit Growers Association. Our orchard employs 7 full-time staff, 12 RSE staff from Vanuatu and 150 seasonal staff. So supporting a fair number of employees and families both here and overseas. Our industry is a major employer in the local community and it makes a significant contribution to the local economy. Conditions in Central Otago for premium are really good for premium fruit. It requires cold winters and hot, dry summers. And this gives us a large, sweet, juicy fruit to New Zealand and the world. It's a product that's synonymous with the region and it's been grown here for over 100 years. As a result of our desert-like conditions, the reliance on irrigation is crucial. The industry is very proactive in implementing technologies that increase efficient use of resources, and this includes water. While some of these efficiencies are coming from tools and systems that monitor water requirements of the plant and systems that are efficient in the use of applicational water, predominantly increasing efficiencies in our industry come from increasing packouts or gross yield that we can grow, increased packout or percentage of fruit in the box in saleable product. These efficiencies come from investments in crop protection, growing techniques, and new cultivars. It's probably important to note that the efficiencies don't come from a reduction in water use, but actually an increase in our production. The thing with these new technologies that implementing them comes with high capital costs, and that the Assurance of long-term water availability is crucial to give confidence to the industry to make these investments. I think that's the key points that I wanted to note for my submission. If there's any question.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Rob. I was really interested in your Cravo operation. I had a bit to do with those, but in a cricket sense, not in an orchard sense. I know they're quite expensive, those things. So just they're impressive numbers that you've got in your figure on page 4. You've got 2.8 hectares in it, and that's a big shed. Is that in the Enscrew part of your operation, or is that quite a bit one?
Yeah, no, it's an in-school operation. We've also got a second 3.5 hectare shed as well.
Oh, okay. So what sort of points? So you got 65 hectares, and this is probably an unfair question. Given that increase in production that you're projecting, how far can you go to expand that without increasing the inputs, I guess, or reducing the imports? You understand sort of what I mean there? You've got 65 hectares, and you're saying you're not actually putting in more water, but you're increasing the output quite significantly.
Yep.
Yeah. So where is that balance of how many more sheds like this can you put on your property to achieve what you achieve without those sheds, I guess, is the question.
Well, I think that if you go hectare for hectare, you don't have to put many sheds that, like if it rains at the wrong date in the summer, we only need one shed to cover the other 35 hectares of cherries that we've got. We've got the assurance that we're not going to be damaged by any of those climatic conditions. I think is I think
So
that's where
that projected yield you're saying you're potentially going to go from 7,000 kilograms per hectare up to 15.
Yes.
How does that work? Why are you not at 15 now? What is that? Just the nature of the age of the trees in your current?
Inside the Cravo.
Yeah.
So we're only in year 4 of our production cycle. We're sort of anticipating that it's going to take to year 6 or year 7 to develop that full canopy. So that's where our inputs will come from. Also note that came from a Keller report that was written 12 months ago. So it was based on the 2021 season. So it's a year older. So our projections going forward are higher than that now.
Yeah, it's quite amazing when if on that table your Cravo actual compared to the open field when it was only a 3 or 4 year old plant is pretty similar.
Yes.
And then almost 3 times, well, yeah, over half.
I think you've got to bear in mind that the gross yield was less in the Cravo system than it was in the open field system. It was the actual packed fruit so the increase in the pack outs that helped make that even that up quite a lot.
Yeah, so it improves quality.
Yeah.
But you said earlier there that your efficiency is not from water reduction, but from increased productivity. But you do note, I think, in paragraph 13, that you say that it halves typical orchards' water consumption. I guess was that comment specifically in relation to frost fighting?
A combination of frost fighting, but also if you do the figures on actual water required for the amount of fruit packed. So instead of looking at gross yield, actually look at saleable packed yield. So where you use a reduction in the amount of water that you use for frost fighting. We also have a slight reduction in the amount of actual water applied in the shed because we're using fertigation systems as well. But if you're working on a 75% pack out versus a 95% pack out, we've got X amount of water applied, and then you're getting far more fruit packed, then your actual amount of water that you're getting a return off is half the water required.
Yeah, it's quite significant efficiencies all around with that system, isn't it? What are you on the last chance scheme? Or what's your irrigation scheme?
So we're on the municipal irrigation scheme,
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
and then involved with 2 different irrigation schemes and operations in Bannockburn as well.
Yeah. So do you have on farm storage? Or how do you manage the allocation?
We have on-farm storage on all of our blocks. And on-farm storage is predominantly is a buffer for when we were more reliant on water for frostfighting use, because our water requirements on any given time when we require it is far greater than what we can be supplied.
The water for that, is that from the Fraser or is it out of the Clutha?
Depends what the Fraser's running at. So the municipal irrigation scheme's got a pipeline that runs from the Clyde Dam round to the head of the Fraser River. So if the Fraser's running low, then they'll pump water from the lake. So it gives us our irrigation take, plus ensures that the Fraser River runs at a minimum flow limit.
Yeah. And where your consents at? Have you updated yours, or are they? Well, I've got a feeling that Fraser one in particular was related to when the dam was built, wasn't it? Was it part of it?
I've just gone through a reconsenting process for the Fraser, so I'm not sure. I can't remember what they got out of it, but it's pretty safe, and the other ones are fine as well. We got in earlier, so the 25-year consent on some of our ones in Bannockburn.
Yeah, so you're willing to pass some water across the river up to the Manuhira Key? I was only joking. Thank you very much. I found your evidence very interesting. Thank you.
I had to Google Cravo systems. I'm not sure that they've been even more informed than I was beforehand. But one statement caught my eye. It's a fairly prophetic one that you put here, and it's the best way to reduce waste is not to have any to start with. All right. So is that the Cravo system? Does that address that issue?
Yeah, it has a huge impact on it, because particularly with it growing cherries, the biggest cause of waste is split fruit, which is caused by rain just prior to harvest. So with the Cravo system, we totally mitigate that risk. It's fully enclosed, doesn't get water in the block. Water's pumped away or drains away. So.
And to go back to paragraph 13 that Commissioner Nixon referred to earlier on, the retractable roofing, man, seems to me that's one of the answers, more widely. But how viable is that? I mean, is it? I mean, I imagine it'd be fairly costly sort of proposition.
Well, as I mentioned, there's huge amounts of capital cost to be able to put in a system like that, and I guess the difference with the Cravo system that we have is that at the moment we turned it into a glass house, and we're able to bring our trees in earlier and able to target earlier markets, which is giving us higher returns, which is making that investment worthwhile.
Do you know how widespread this process is being used in Central Otago? Is it just your farm? Or?
We're the only ones in the country that grow cherries in the Cravo system. And at the moment, I think there's about 4 other places using Cravo internationally with cherries in them. Tunnel houses and other indoor growing operations are quite widespread around the world.
But they're in other parts of the country,
Well, Cravo, the Cravo system for cherries, we're the only ones doing in New Zealand.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's my, thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thanks. Just one additional question. I'm just wondering, I presume, did you need a consent from the district council for your sheds?
Yeah, we did get a building consent, also a resource consent, so we could, because the water when it rains, we don't store, so we needed consent to be able to run that water back into the Fraser River.
Right, so the roof runoff water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were there any issues around landscape or other matters like that for putting them in?
No.
No. Okay. No, thanks for that.
I've written down by paragraph 13 where you had water from rain events is recycled into the irrigation system, and I've written down storage pond size, but you were saying it just goes back into the Fraser.
Yeah, Fraser and the Clutha. Where we have it, it's all run downhill. So in the amount, I mean, we only get 300 mils of rain a year in Central. So the cost of putting the infrastructure in to pump water up for quite an unreliable way of getting water back into our storage dam, we're better off running it back into the irrigation scheme.
Right. How many properties are run off that irrigation scheme?
I wouldn't like to hazard a guess, or all of Ernst-Clue, or a big part of Ernst-Clue is run off the Ernst-Clue irrigation scheme.
Right. And that's all coming essentially from the Fraser?
Yeah, like I said, it's either from the Fraser or it's backed up from the Clutha.
Right. Because just looking at the map, I see there's other storage lakes, Butchers, Conroys, are they active?
And the Fraser.
Yeah, and the Fraser.
Yeah.
Are they all the three active?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, none of our water doesn't come from there.
No.
Yeah. Butchers is last chance. Not sure what Conroy's is.
Conroy's is last chance.
Is it last chance?
So were they historically put in by the farming or the orcharding community, or were they put in?
No, they went in during the Depression years, make work schemes.
Right.
And put in for the sake of irrigation, but they were make work schemes at the time.
Right. It didn't happen on the other side of the river.
You've got Manaburn.
Oh yeah.
Green Lane. Upper Manaburn as well, I think. It might have been later.
Right. I too tried to Google the Cravo systems and couldn't really get a clear picture in my own mind. So is it because they use the terminology greenhouse, which I was brought up in the tomato glasshouse property. So is it like a tomato glasshouse? What's in the system?
Well, it's plastic. But it's fully retractable. So
so plastic sides and walls.
And roof, yeah.
Yeah.
So and hooked up to a weather station. So we control parameters, environmental parameters within it based on temperature, humidity, wind and rain.
And are your trees planted in the ground or are they planted in a pot structure?
They're in the ground.
Oh. Yeah. So in Marlborough, I'm just intrigued, the cherry industry boomed 20, 30 years ago in Marlborough and then just receded over time because of split fruit. And we got rain every first week in December for just year after year after year. So why didn't they develop the system there?
Well, like I said, it's a massive capital outlay.
Right.
Yeah. You can only some noise. Sorry, they like one more.
If you compare it with 7 years of developing your crop and then just getting wiped out year after year to the extent we've cut it out. Yeah, I'm surprised. It's something that's only developed recently.
Well, I think sort of Crowborough system's sort of been developed over the last 10 to 15 years. I mean, we built our first one in 2018, so and then followed up in 2019. But quite site specific. Then there's been a big one built up in Hawke's Bay, but I think they had a lot of council issues getting their consents through, so a lot of red tape to jump through to get that built.
Right. No, thank you very much, Mr. Rob.
Thank you.
We now have Mr. Weaver.
Thank you.
Here's a summary. Hand around.
Good afternoon. I'm Etsy Weaver. I'm an independent director of Leaning Rock Cherries. As well, I do horticulture consultancy in Central Otago and elsewhere. And myself and my wife have a 2-hectare block of cherries under rain cover, UFO training systems, high density fertigation, all the drama. Just to fill in the time, really, I guess, maybe. Anyway, you asked some questions earlier about Manahira Care and UFO, and rather than plough through my summary, I could jump straight into those, unless you want the summary first. Jump straight into those questions. So firstly, UFO is just another growing system which is intensive, and there's other intensive growing systems as well. Leads to higher productivity, possibly it's better interception of light, so you've got better quality fruit. And hence you'll see a result that's maybe improved over traditional systems. But there's a number of new systems being developed at the moment, so it's only one of those. The questions on Leaning Rock and storage and what's involved there. We've got 40,000 cubic metres of storage over 2 dams. That gives us about, the peak of the season, it would give us 14 days storage. That's at about 5.6 mil a day. If it's later in the season, after say half the crop's gone, it would obviously extend out to maybe 20 days, maybe a bit more. We have looked at additional storage, and to do that now is a huge hurdle as far as consents go and building and all that. So we're currently looking at supply X of the Clutha, and maybe that'll come together as with the latest announcements out of Regional Council on the Manahira Care, and what's been reported back would suggest that we want to exist in growing fruit, and maybe better to find another source of water. Yeah, I think those were the 2 questions, weren't they?
Thank you. For any questions, so Commissioner Hewitt.
Yeah, thanks for that. So when did those conversations start about looking at the Clutha? Is that an isolated, is that the Manahira Care scheme that services that area? Because you're sort of a bit lower than MacArthur Ridge, aren't you? You sort of Letts Gully way.
Yeah, we're over Letts Gully way. So 7 years ago, myself and my wife bought some land out there to farm. That's where we are as well. We're only about 1 kilometre away as the crow flies from Leaning Rock. And at that time, I didn't have concerns about water supply. Maybe I should have. But anyway, I didn't. And it's been more recent, and probably in the last 12 months that we've really started to wrap our head around where water's likely to be at and what's happening there. And so we've got ongoing discussions at the moment.
Yeah, okay, so you probably haven't got into feasibility as you're just sort of considering where the other options are.
Yes, yeah. And looking at the costs that will be involved, because big costs in piping water and all that. And,
yeah.
But Manahira Irrigation has the rights out of Dairy Creek, so the source of water out of there.
Yeah. Dairy Creek.
That's just up the side of Lake Dunstan.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, how close to Champagne Gully is that?
Well, Champagne's a bit further up.
Further up.
It's only just up from the dam itself, Dairy Creek.
So
there's a scheme in there now.
Is there a little inlet there?
Yes, a little inlet there, and there's a scheme in there now pumping.
Yeah. Does that go up the hill?
Yep.
Down onto the central Cherry Court sort of area?
Yes, covers all those blocks up by Kerry Valley.
Yeah. So they're not part of the Manahira Care scheme?
No, and I could add as well that MacArthur Ridge has water out of the Dairy Creek scheme as well as Manahira Care water.
So that's obviously privately owned, that scheme, by the actual.
Yes, I think Pioneer Energy's got a fair chunk of dough in there as well.
Because it's pretty steep catchment coming up. Well,
yes, that's always been the problem with, like, born and bred in the area, and my grandfather planted trees in 1907, so the history goes back a fair way, and it's always been said that the Clutha was too low to pump water up onto the flat, right? So the lift was in those days, and up until probably recent times, seen as being a cost that couldn't be borne by the business, and hence water was taken gravity from all those irrigation dams that went in. Now, as I guess pumping's more refined, and as well, water's now not readily available, eyes go back to the Clutha.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I was just in your evidence in chief in your paragraph 16. I was interested in the comment you made there when you're developing and installing irrigation in your additional 5 hectares through 2017, 2019. You said it's not easily applicable nor acceptable to the current operation. What did you mean by that? I couldn't quite understand what you were saying there.
Are you talking 16 or 17?
Yeah, paragraph 16.
So there's a cap. Look, there's a cap there at the moment, and we've got another 5 hectares, and we're just not prepared to go outside that 5 hectares, and we can't come back and put drip line into where we are, where we've got micro sprinklers to try and squeeze that water a bit further, because the root zone's expanded being under micro sprinkler.
Yeah, okay, I just hadn't picked up what you were meaning there. So, yeah, I don't think I had anything else out of your evidence in chief, but thank you for that.
I didn't have any questions.
Yeah, I also had a question mark at paragraph 16, and you covered the other questions I had in your introduction. So, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I had. Similarly, your introduction was very helpful. Thank you, and just shows the benefit of a bit of local and old knowledge in the area. So, thank you for that. That really wraps it up, I think. Just excited.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Crosby. And I just wanted to say that is the end of the case for 14Z in this matter. But I wanted to say thank you to all the commissioners for taking the time energy to obviously read through every piece of material that we presented and engage on it in a really positive way. We really appreciate your time. Thank you for the support staff. You've helped us a lot throughout. And I think we've all valued the discussions that we've had with the commissioners. We hope that we've provided you with clear and concise answers to your questions, and we look forward to the outcome of this process.
Yeah, that's,
Thank you very much.
And we look forward to the teamwork we're going to do this time. Thank you.
Which is to solve all their problems.
No pressure.